কি ভাই সুশের মাসে দুবার উপায় নাই। আচ্ছা একটু আপনার গান
Revered Swami Gautamanji Maharaj has arrived. We now request Revered Swami Sarvalokanji Maharaj, Revered Swami Muktidanji Maharaj, Revered Swami Atmapriyanji Maharaj and Sarvapriyanandaji to kindly come over to the stage. Om Namo Bhagavate Ramakrishnaya. Extending a warm and cordial welcome to all present, we begin the inaugural function of the Centenary celebration of the Ramakrishna Mutt and Ramakrishna Mission, Mumbai, by invoking the blessings and grace of the Holy Trio for peace, prosperity and spiritual well-being of all. For this, we request the following monks to kindly come over and do the Vedic chanting. Swami Kalyanatmanandaji, Swami Kshitishanandaji, Swami Dayamurtyanandaji, Swami Divyeshanji and Swami Navadurganandaji.
Om Shri Gurubhyo Namaha Harihi Om Sahana Bhavatu Sahanau Bhunam Vishwatmanan Parayanam Narayana Paro Jyotiratma Narayana Paraha Narayanam Param Brahma Tattvam Narayana Paraha Narayana Paro Dhyata Dhyanan Narayana Paraha Yacha Kinchit Jagat Sarvam Drishyate Shruyate Piva Antar Bahishya Tat Sarvam Vyapya Narayana Stitaha Anantam Avvayam Kavigam Samudrentam Vishwashambhuvam Padmakosha Pratikashagam Hridayan Chapyadhomukam Adho Nishtyavitasyante Nabhyam Paritishthati Jwalamala Kulam Bhati Vishwasyayatanam Mahat Santatagam Silabhistulam Bhatyakosha Sannibham Tasyante Sushiragam Sukshman Tasmin Sarvam Pratishtitam Tasya Madhye Mahanagni Vishwarchir Vishwato Mukha Sagra Bhugve Bhajantishtan Naharamajara Kavihi Tirya Gurdvamadashayi Rashmayastasya Santata Santapayati Swam Dehamapadatamastaka Tasya Madhye Vahnishika Aniyodhva Vyavastitaha Nilato Yadamadhyasta Vidyulleke Vabhaswara Nivara Shukavattanvi Pitabhaswatyanupama तस्याः शिखाया मध्ये परमात्मा व्यवस्थितः स ब्रह्म स शिवः स हरिश्चेन्द्रः सोऽक्षरः परमस्वराट् ऋतगम् सत्यम् परम् ब्रह्म पुरुषम् कृष्णपिङ्गलम् ऊर्ध्वरेतम् विरूपाक्षम् विश्वरूपाय वै नमो नमः। ॐ नारायणाय विद्महे वासुदेवाय धीमहि तन्नो विष्णु प्रचोदयात्। ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः। हरिः ॐ। स्थापकाय च धर्मस्य सर्वधर्मस्वरूपिणे अवतार वरिष्ठाय रामकृष्णाय ते नमः। जननीं शारदां देवीं रामकृष्णं जगद्गुरुं पादपद्मे तयो श्रित्वा प्रणमामि मुहुर्मुहुः। नमः श्रीयतिराजाय विवेकानन्दसूरये सच्चित्सुखस्वरूपाय स्वामिने तापहारिणे।
We request Revered Swami Gautamanji Maharaj to offer flowers at the altar set up here. We now request Revered Swami Satyadevanji Maharaj to kindly give the welcome address and also introduce the program.
ओम स्थापकाय च धर्मस्य सर्वधर्मस्वरूपिणे अवतार वरिष्ठाय रामकृष्णाय ते नमः। जननीं शारदां देवीं रामकृष्णं जगद्गुरुं पादपद्मे तयो श्रित्वा प्रणमामि मुहुर्मुहुः। नमः श्रीयतिराजाय विवेकानन्दसूरये सच्चित्सुखस्वरूपाय स्वामिने तापहारिणे। By infinite grace of Bhagavan Sri Ramakrishna, Jagat Janani Sarada Devi, and Juganayak Swami Vivekananda, Ramakrishna Mission Mumbai has completed its 100 years of journey successfully, and today we are able to commence this inaugural program for the year-long centenary celebrations. This journey would not have been possible without the selfless contributions of our several past and senior monks, brahmacharis, and innumerable devotees and volunteers. Firstly, I would like to convey my respectful pranams to them. We are very happy that we have most revered Swami Gautamanandaji Maharaj, Vice President Ramakrishna Math and Ramakrishna Mission, Belur Math, amongst us. Most revered Maharajji has accepted our invitation at the first instance in spite of his busy schedule and decided to come and grace the occasion. I convey my respectful pranams to him and welcome him on behalf of all the monks and lay devotees of Mumbai Ashrama. My earnest submission to him to bless us all during his blissful presence in the entire program. We have revered Swami Subiranandaji Maharaj, General Secretary, Ramakrishna Math and Ramakrishna Mission. He is not here, but I have to read this. That's why I am reading. Belur Math with Ramakrishna Math and we have revered Swami Subiranandaji Maharaj, General Secretary, Ramakrishna Math and Ramakrishna Mission, Belur Math, with us. He has always been very kind to our ashrama. He has accepted our invitation in the beginning when we invited him for our inaugural program. My sincere pranams to him for his acceptance in spite of his very busy schedule. I welcome him with my respect and gratitude to this program. Second session, we will come here. I welcome revered Swami Sarvalokanandaji Maharaj, who was known as a Karma Yogi amongst Mumbai devotees for his constant endeavors for various works and programs during his stay here. He has recently taken charge of Ramakrishna Math Ramakrishna Mission, New Delhi, as Adhyaksha. Despite this, he has kindly consented to come in the program. I convey my pranams to him. I welcome Swami Atma Priyananda. He has not come. He has not come. That's why I will not read. Maybe he will come later on. Let us. We should have I welcome with my heart's love Swami Muktidananda Maharaj, Adhyaksha, Ramakrishna Math, Mysuru, and Secretary Ramakrishna Mission, Mysuru, and Trustee Ramakrishna Math and Ramakrishna Mission, Belur Math, who was my immediate predecessor. Maharaj, I convey my sincere thanks to you. We are fortunate to have a very well-known celebrity, Swamiji, in today's gathering, Swami Sarvapriyananda, Minister in charge, Vedanta Society, New York, USA, have flown in from USA to join us in the program. I convey my sincere welcome and thanks to him for having accepted our invitation. Maharaj's lectures are in fact viral in today's language in the social media. It has a much wider spectrum beyond our Ramakrishna order and core devotees. We are going to have his discourse during today's first session in the inaugural function, as well as after that for 3 more consecutive evenings. I feel Mumbai will be fortunate to have him. I convey my sincere welcome and thanks to him for accepting our invitation. I welcome all the senior Swamijis who are gracing today's August gathering and convey my sincere pranams to them. I am welcoming all my contemporary and junior Swamijis for coming in the program and making it successful. My sincere and heartfelt thanks to all of them. I welcome Sri Srinivas of Illumine Knowledge Resources, who is well known amongst the monks and devotees for his sincere and selfless service towards propagating Swami Vivekananda's message. He has prepared a documentary in our 100 years. We thank him sincerely with love and gratitude. Last but not the least, I welcome all the devotees and audience and thank all of them for coming and attending this program. Mumbai is a busy city. You have come today, leaving aside all your other work. May you all be blessed by Sri Thakur, Sri Ma, and Sri Swamiji Maharaj. And may you all benefit from this program for your overall fulfillment. Finally, I would like to say that completing glorious 100 years of service is a matter of pride and glory for any institution. However, at this juncture, we remember Swami Vivekananda's great prediction on Ramakrishna Mission, where he proclaimed that this organization would serve humanity at large for over 1,500 years to come. From that perspective, we are still at a very early and young stage. My sincere prayers to the Holy Trio so that they continue to shower their infinite grace over this ashrama and may the ashrama achieve magnificent feats of service and spiritual awakening for humanity for the years to come. May the ashrama celebrate many more wonderful centenary celebrations in the century to come. Thank you so much.
After this warm and cordial welcome by revered Swami Satyadevanji Maharaj, who is the secretary of the Ramakrishna Mission here, Mumbai, and also the Adhyaksha of Ramakrishna Math, Mumbai, we now request him to kindly do felicitations to all the dignitaries present on the stage. To first revered Swami Gautamanandaji Maharaj, Vice President, Ramakrishna Math and Ramakrishna Mission. Flower bouquet, shawl, and a gift pack. To revered Swami Sarvalokanandaji Maharaj, to revered Swami Muktidanandaji Maharaj, who was the immediate predecessor to Swami Satyadevanji Maharaj. To Swami Sarvapriyanandaji Maharaj, keeping up the Sabha Gaurava, we also request revered Swami Muktidanji Maharaj to present a bouquet to Swami Satyadevanji Maharaj. Muktidanji Maharaj was his immediate predecessor as the Thank you, Maharaj. Music. Now we shall have an important part of the program, Centenary Inauguration Program, that is release of the souvenir. But before that, we request Swami Dayamurtyanandaji, who is one of the monastic inmates of the Bombay Ashrama, as well as the one who has played the important role of coordinating and editing the souvenir, to speak about the souvenir, its how it has been planned and what are its contents.
My humble pranams to all the sadhus and greetings to all of you. In the process of compiling this souvenir, one thing struck me. For an institution to complete 100 years, it is a testament of perseverance, dedication, sustained effort, resilience, and adaptability to overcome challenges that arise from time to time. Our souvenir work first began after seeking blessings from revered President Maharaj, revered Vice President Maharaj, and revered General Secretary Maharaj. The souvenir also begins with their blessings, followed by greetings and compliments from the Honorable Governor of Maharashtra, the Chief Minister and Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra. The souvenir that is about to be released contains 280 pages. This is bigger than what we thought it to be. We owe all this to revered sadhus, devotees, doctors, staff, well-wishers and admirers who took pains to write their articles. The souvenir contains 74 articles which have been written exclusively for this occasion by those who are associated with our center. Articles speak differently about the history of our center, its development, the contribution over the years, recalling about our past monastic heads, reminiscences about monastic members who served in Mumbai, and philosophy of charity. 60 of them are in English, 9 in Marathi, and 4 in Hindi. 18 pages cover 42 advertisements. These apart, 4 reprinted articles form a part of this souvenir. All this work has been carried out by our team under the guidance of our revered Secretary Maharaj, Swami Satyadevanji, and inputs from our Centenary committee members. A few of our monks and some devotee volunteers are behind this publication. To name a few, I read out the following names: Sri Shantanu or Ratan Chaudhary, Sri Sharad Kilpadi, Srimati Geeta Gore, Srimati Simran Chug, Srimati Sheila Chaudhary, Srimati Seema Kilpadi, and Srimati Deepti Sate. They have all put in enormous efforts day and night, shouldering many responsibilities such as following up with the authors, getting the articles typed, editing, proofreading, etc. The souvenir contains more than 350 photographs. Advaita Ashrama Kolkata has helped us providing a few high-resolution photographs, and Sri Subhash Saute, our volunteer, has helped us throughout to improve the quality of many old photos. I take this opportunity to thank all of them. My humble pranams and thanks to all the authors, and I offer my humble pranams to all the Swamijis for having permitted us to reprint 4 articles. Words fall short to express my sincere gratitude to all devotees, well-wishers and staff who have contributed photographs, their time and energy, their resources in different ways in bringing out this souvenir. Our headquarters, that is the general section and relief section, have helped us in clarifying many of our queries, for which I remain indebted. Swami Mahamedananda, the ex-editor of Vedanta Kesari, has guided me at various stages, and I express my gratitude to him. Sri Pitam De Sarkar and team have toiled hard in typesetting and printing the book in a short time. Our thanks to all the sponsors for the advertisement. There is a lot of devotedness, service, and experiences of many sadhus and devotees which are in the subsurface of this blessed center, which has not found its way to print. We acknowledge that all of that makes this center what it is today. On behalf of the entire team, I express that the efforts behind this endeavor of bringing out a souvenir would be meaningful only if it benefits the reader. Lastly, I would like to apologize for not being able to accommodate some of the articles that we received and request all of you to overlook any mistakes that might have occurred inadvertently. Seeking the blessings from monks and with best wishes from all of you, I offer my humble salutations to Sri Ramakrishna for having given me an opportunity to contribute my humble part in this project. Jai Sri Ramakrishna.
We now request Revered Swami Gautamanji Maharaj to kindly release the souvenir, the Centenary souvenir. This souvenir will be presented and given to all the monks, and it will be kept for sale outside. So those who are interested can go through it. Thank you, Maharaj. We now have the first of the series of addresses by revered monks. First, we request Revered Swami Muktidanji Maharaj, Trustee Ramakrishna Mutt and Ramakrishna Mission Belu Mutt, and Adhyaksha of Ramakrishna Ashram Mysuru, to speak. He will speak on the spiritual strength and universal appeal of the Ramakrishna movement. He'll speak in English.
Jananim Sharadam Devim Ramakrishnam Jagadgurum Padapadme Tayo Shritva Pranamami Muhurmur Namashriyati Rajaya Vivekananda Suraye Satchit Sukasvarupaya Swamine Tapaharine Sarve Janaha Sukhino Bhavantu Sri Ramakrishna Sharanam. My respectful Sashtanga pranams at the holy feet of most revered Gautamanji Maharaj, Swami Sarvalokananji Maharaj, revered Swami Satyadevananji Maharaj, our very dear Sarvapriyananji Maharaj, all the elders, Swamijis, brother monks, and my very devotees of Bombay Ashrama. It's a great historical occasion. A cosmopolitan city having a great spiritual center started by perhaps Mahapurush Maharaj Ji, and the spiritual aura, the service activities, and the various developmental stages of 100 years of intensely dedicated monks and devotees is getting culminated, and perhaps a new epoch begins. I'm grateful to Swami Satyadevananji Maharaj for giving me an opportunity to share my ideas on the spiritual strength and universal appeal of this great Ramakrishna movement. If we take an overview of the religious spiritual history of the various spiritual movements and study the Ramakrishna, Vivekananda, Sharada Devi, the spiritual movement, and try to understand its significance, its contribution to the human well-being, the spiritual well-being, and the message of peace and harmony, which is vitally needed for the humanity to survive, exist, and go forward on this planet. If we really seriously and deeply study and make a qualitative analysis of the Ramakrishna movement, we will understand that the Ramakrishna movement, its foundation is spirituality. It is centered on the spiritual experience on the earthly plane of our holy Sri Ramakrishna himself, Swamiji, Sharada Devi, and direct disciples. So its foundation is tapas and unknown God becoming real. Why do we want religion? We want religion. The role of religion is only to see that we experience the so-called unknown God, the divine, and bring it into the known realm of faith and understanding and experience. And this is a spiritual laboratory started by Sri Ramakrishna, Holy Mother Sharada Devi, and Swami Vivekananda, direct disciples. Entire life and their teaching and replete with varieties of spiritual experience. The service, the talks, the literature, the tapas, the puja, it may be a part of any religion, any movement. But to have a spiritual experience on an earthly plane, and Sri Ramakrishna himself, throughout the gospel and throughout his life, authentically telling that the experience of God is the greatest contribution of Ramakrishna movement in revitalizing religion on earthly plane. All the religions, if there is no God experience, will come in course of time, become a cultural affair and a question, why do we need religion? If at all, the religion will not help us in experiencing God, bringing about the transformation in us, and then make this society a beautifully, spiritually vibrant society with all the great spiritual and human virtues. So, spirituality is one of the biggest and much needed aspect of human life, which is definitely authentically and very intensely with a magnifying lens, Sri Ramakrishna has reinvented and rediscovered and given to the humanity now. So, religious, spiritual movement of the world is vibrant, and God is more real, and he can be a subject of anybody's experience. This is the distinguishing feature of the Ramakrishna movement. The foundation of the Ramakrishna movement is spirituality, God experience. The heart and the soul of the Ramakrishna movement is the spiritual experience. And the crown of the Ramakrishna movement is spirituality. So spirituality is the bedrock, and it radiates, and a astikya bhava, that God is real, is conveyed in such clear-cut terms by Sri Ramakrishna, Sharda Mai, and Swamiji and direct disciple during the modern times. Now, the origin is divine. Sri Ramakrishna himself coming down, and Chandramani having the vision, and Khudiram having that vision in Gaya. Gaya dham ka sahaj satyivaha, kaisi prabhu ki leela. Shri Narayana bane gadadhar, kaisi adbhuta leela. This is how the descent of the divine is the origin of this Ramakrishna movement. Then Sri Ramakrishna, during his lifetime, intense sadhana, aspiration for God, hunger for God, burning with the aspiration for God, which is the center of the religion, is the center of the spirituality. And then he goes on experiencing God in different form, in the form of Kali, Rama, Sita, Krishna, Navividha Bhakti, till he gets that Nirvikalpa Samadhi. So that is the speciality of the Ramakrishna movement. It is bedded, it is completely studded with the spiritual experience of Ramakrishna and also Holy Mother Sharada Devi and Swamiji. Then Sri Ramakrishna was day in and day out inebriated with the divine consciousness samadhi, demonstrated to the people as a human being with this human apparatus, one can experience the divine continuously. Divine experience is not a matter of some restricted time and space. It can be a continuous experience. So Ramakrishna, so the glare of this, his life in Dakshineshwar was open. He demonstrated the God experience. That samadhi which is experienced by Sri Ramakrishna and his spiritual experiences has drawn. Now, Ramakrishna mission has got about perhaps 1,600 renunciates to attract the heart and minds of the human beings to renounce all the pleasures of the world and come down to the fold of Sri Ramakrishna or this divine spiritual realm. It's an extraordinary phenomenon. And millions of devotees in the last 125 years. See, this shows qualitatively the spiritual glory of the Ramakrishna order. Spiritual glory of the Ramakrishna order. And our routine, starting from Mangalarati and then the worship every day, and then the evening, that Khandana Bhava Bandhana, in which Swamiji has summarized the spiritual glory of Sri Ramakrishna. Ramakrishna's descent is to break the bondage of ignorance. That is the line with which our evening prayer starts, and which is composed by Swami Vivekananda as the priority of the Ramakrishna order is to come out of the ignorance, break the bondage of ignorance, and bring about the transformation in us and the glory of the Ramakrishna. So the whole Ramakrishna order revolves around some kind of a spiritual practice. Though externally, and spiritual practice and spiritual experience, though externally we appear to be doing a lot of work, activities, literary work, and so many types of activity, people may wonder, But all these activities are based on, centered on spiritual principles, Shiva Jnane Jiva Seva. Though it is not possible to continuously meditate all the time statically, sitting with eyes closed, Sri Ramakrishna, to spiritualize our life, even the service to the people, Atmano Mokshartha Jagat Hitayacha, that worship also can be transformed, can be a means of transformation of consciousness. Karma Yoga. So, if we can understand the potential divinity within us and that divinity within everybody, and do work with an awareness of the divine, Shiva Jnane, if you do Jiva Seva, that also becomes an uplifting experience. So, Sri Ramakrishna movement has a static spirituality of tapas and routine spiritual or religious celebration, festivals, culturally rich, and so many spiritual procedures and so many religious procedures of the Sanatana culture and the all other religious culture is imbibed and unfolded in Ramakrishna movement. So the whole gamut of spiritual religious culture is got into the Ramakrishna movement in essentials. That is where Roma Rolla says. It is a consummation of 2000 years of 300 million people's religious, spiritual experience, culture, life is getting culminated here. What a great statement. Sri Aurobindo says Sri Ramakrishna ransacked the divine kingdom to bring home to the earthly plane the divine reality, the divine presence, divine experience. Further we have the Diksha, Mantra Diksha. Ramakrishna Mission is not just impersonally you come to the ashrama to participate in worship, and the Mantra Diksha, which is the mantra which has got from Sri Ramakrishna, Holy Mother and Swamiji and direct disciple, the same thing is given to the millions, irrespective of the caste, creed, without any kind of a distinction. If they only have an aspiration and wanting to have the Mantra Diksha, whether he is a householder, whether he is a men or women or children of a particular age, to everybody, without any differentiation, the Ramakrishna movement is giving that name of the divine. That is the greatest, spiritual vibration, getting into the minds and subconscious of every individual to enrich the spirituality individually. There is nothing, Yatishwaranji one place, he says, there is nothing called mass spirituality. Spirituality is always individual. We can send a vibration and inspirational environment, religious, spiritual environment for inspiring people. But the spiritual sadhana and spiritual experience is always individual. Unless individual life is enriched by some kind of a defined approach to sadhana, the religious life becomes very shallow. So Ramakrishna movement has this provision to give mantra diksha to everybody. And Ramakrishna mission has produced such a wonderful spiritual literature. The greatest of the scriptural truth, both which are in the East and West and Indian Sanatana culture, our Vedic religion, all those spiritual truth which is embedded in Sanskrit is brought forward to in a vernacular so that it can reach people. Language plays a very important role in the spread of the movement. So Ramakrishna movement, the essential spiritual wealth of this Sanatana culture or global culture, is brought into the respective vernacular, and it is percolating down to the minds of the various strata of the people in different parts of the country, different parts of the globe, being translated in various languages. The spiritual literature produced by Ramakrishna movement is one of the greatest guiding force in spiritual religious life. And then the global appeal of the universal appeal of the Ramakrishna. Sri Ramakrishna, when during his Upanayanam itself, he broke the bond of caste. Dhani Lohar, who belonged to a lower caste woman, he takes the first bhiksha from her. Swami Vivekananda Ramakrishna, though we respect all castes, and we should not be bound by the all narrow domestic walls. So, Ramakrishna movement is trying to make a casteless society, giving opportunity to everybody irrespective of the caste and creed and any kind of a denomination. They can come get into the Ramakrishna fold. Swamiji mentions the compassion of Sri Ramakrishna. Ashandala pratyahatarayo yasya prema pravaha. His compassion is limitless, and without any denomination, unconditionally, Sri Ramakrishna has given the spiritual inspiration, spiritual guidance, and spiritual, the power to the people and brought down to the earth. One day in the Gospel somewhere we find the state of compassion of Sri Ramakrishna. Evening time, Dhuna is put, Sri Ramakrishna is strolling in the Dakshineshwar room. Looking towards the Calcutta people, so he prays and records that, oh Lord, everybody in Calcutta are completely steeped in Bhuvana Mohini Maya and full of suffering and tension and all kinds of things. If you do not, oh Mother, if you do not lift their mind to a higher plane, if you do not shower your compassion and grace, how can they ever think of you? Please bless them, please bless them. So Sri Ramakrishna was, how he was compassionate. He wanted to lift entire humanity to a higher spiritual consciousness. Another thing, Ramakrishna mission movement, we have no regimentation. It is as vast as the space and as deep as the sky. It is a barrierless community. And that is why Ramakrishna movement could adapt itself to the various cultures and traditions and various countries, the various strata of the society. We have got about 70 to 80 Ramakrishna mission centers abroad in both the hemispheres, perhaps in 27 to 28 countries. And the people who are born in different situation, with a different taste and different ideology, is able to tune themselves to the Ramakrishna movement, because Ramakrishna movement is centered in the religious spiritual experience, which is the common basis of life. The solidarity of the human race and the human values are upheld, which is applicable in all parts of the earthly life. So Ramakrishna movement is slowly spreading all over the world. In 125 years, we have devotees from so many countries, so many centers, so many people who have just heard of Ramakrishna Vivekananda are able to turn their heart and soul into towards this movement and be a part of it. And the process has just begun. So Ramakrishna movement is perhaps the most universal, deeply spiritual, and is the only movement qualitatively with the modern spiritual movement. If you compare, and you will know that it will, see, the purpose of whole thing is life is death bound. We all, that identification of the body, mind, everybody has to shed one day in the process of death. So before we die, it is the human intellect, evolved human intellect, as the intellect evolves, everybody wonder at this, the panorama of this life and death, billions coming and going. What is the truth of our individuality? That is what is called Vedanta. But Swamiji tried to take it from the Upanishads. So understanding that divinity, potential divinity behind the individuality is the crux of the spiritual approach of Ramakrishna movement. And this is applicable to the people all over the world. Everybody wants to know, who am I before we die? And what is the divine, eternal, undying content of our personality? So Sri Ramakrishna, Vivekananda and Sharada Devi, direct disciples, and the spiritual storm and the spiritual vibration that has been spread in last 120 years of Ramakrishna movement is very significant. We must all study this, we should take a note of this, and we must try to find out how we can be a true instrument of the Ramakrishna order as envisioned by Ramakrishna, Vivekananda, Sharada Devi. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Before we invite the next speaker, we welcome Revered Swami Atmapriyanji Maharaj and request Swami Satyadevanji Maharaj to kindly extend him felicitation.
I think our Mumbai Bhaktas, better than me, you know Swami Atmapriyananda, because he was coming here at the time of his brahmacharya time. He came here several years to do Durga Puja. After that, he came here for discourse on Gita, Upanishad, etc. And he Vice Chancellor Ramakrishna Mission. So you know very well him. We are very happy he has come. So now I shall felicitate him.
There is a request by our organizing volunteers to announce that there's a car parked in front of the History Society gate. It's causing a lot of inconvenience. The car number is MH02FW2205. Kindly move it to a more safer place. कार्यक्रम को आगे बढ़ाते हुए अब हम श्रद्धेय स्वामी सर्वलोकान जी महाराज से अनुरोध करते हैं कि कृपया वो अपना वक्तव्य रखें शतवर्ष के आलोक में मुंबई रामकृष्ण मठ और रामकृष्ण मिशन।
मंचस्थ रामकृष्ण मठ और रामकृष्ण मिशन के उपाध्यक्ष परम पूज्य स्वामी गौतमानंद जी महाराज, मंचासीन स्वामी मुक्तिदानंद जी, स्वामी सत्यदेवानंद जी, स्वामी आत्मप्रियानंद जी एवं सर्वप्रियानंद जी, इस सुंदर सभागार में मेरे सम्मुख बैठे हुए सन्यासी वृंद, जो भारतवर्ष के बाहर से आए हुए हैं, भारी संख्या में उपस्थित भक्त मंडली, देवी और सज्जनों, व्यक्तिगत रूप से मुझे बहुत खुशी हो रही है कि मैं रामकृष्ण मठ एवं रामकृष्ण मिशन मुंबई सेंटर के शताब्दी महोत्सव में योगदान कर सका हूं, क्योंकि मैं 6 साल से भी अधिक रामकृष्ण मठ एवं रामकृष्ण मिशन मुंबई में संपादक के रूप में, सचिव के रूप में काम करने का सौभाग्य मुझे मिला है। हर्ष और गर्व की विषय यह है कि रामकृष्ण मठ एवं रामकृष्ण मिशन मुंबई के शताब्दी समारोह आज हम सब मना रहे हैं। ये केवल मुंबई शहर के लिए गर्व नहीं है, ये महाराष्ट्र राज्य के लिए हर्ष एवं गर्व का विषय है, क्योंकि रामकृष्ण मठ मिशन मुंबई प्रथम रामकृष्ण मिशन का सेंटर, द फर्स्ट सेंटर ऑफ रामकृष्ण मठ एंड मिशन इन महाराष्ट्र। मैं सही दिल से आभार प्रकट करता हूं स्वामी सत्यदेवानंद जी को, जिन्होंने शताब्दी समारोह को भव्य रूप से आयोजन किया है। हम सब तालियों से उन सब का अभिनंदित करें। ये जो रामकृष्ण मिशन मुंबई 100 साल पूरा किया है, ये बहुत बड़ी बात है। कोई भी संस्था 100 साल चलना कोई मामूली बात नहीं है। क्यों रामकृष्ण और रामकृष्ण संस्था, रामकृष्ण संघ की क्यों आवश्यकता हुई, ये हमें जानना है। शायद आप सभी जानते हैं कि रामकृष्ण संघ जो है, ऐसा ये आकस्मिक रूप से नहीं बनी है, उभर के नहीं आई है। इट इज नॉट एक्सीडेंटल, इट इज प्रेडेस्टिन्ड एंड डिवाइन प्लान। यह पूर्व निर्दिष्ट है एवं दिव्य परिकल्पना है। यह कोई साधारण बात नहीं है। श्री रामकृष्ण इस धराधाम में अवतरित होते हैं हमें कुछ विशेष संदेश देने के लिए और युग के प्रयोजन के अनुसार श्री रामकृष्ण वे समग्र मानव जाति को संदेश देते हैं, जिसको हम कहते हैं श्री रामकृष्ण भाव या श्री रामकृष्ण विचारधारा। और युग के प्रयोजन के अनुसार श्री रामकृष्ण भाव या भावधारा बहुत ही आवश्यक है। हमें समझना है कि श्री रामकृष्ण भाव क्या है या श्री रामकृष्ण भावधारा क्या है। अगर हम बहुत संक्षिप्त रूप से कहें तो श्री रामकृष्ण भाव या भावधारा है सर्व धर्म समभाव, भाईचारा, निस्वार्थता एवं मनुष्य बनाने की भावधारा, मनुष्य बनाने की भाव। In other words, we can say, according to Swamiji, that is man-making and character-building and nation-building message is a central message of Swami Vivekananda as well as Sri Ramakrishna. श्री रामकृष्ण उन्होंने ये अनुभव किया कि उनके बाद ये जो उन्होंने रामकृष्ण आंदोलन का शुरुआत की, उनके चले जाने के बाद ये रामकृष्ण आंदोलन, द रामकृष्ण मूवमेंट को चलना चाहिए, बंद नहीं होना चाहिए। अगर ये आंदोलन का अगर हम चालू रखें तो उसके लिए एक मशीनरी की आवश्यकता होती है, जिसको हम कहते हैं ऑर्गेनाइजेशन। ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के माध्यम से हम बहुत दिनों तक रामकृष्ण की भावधारा को हम आगे ले जा सकते हैं, बढ़ा सकते हैं। इसलिए श्री रामकृष्ण ने रामकृष्ण संघ की प्रतिष्ठा की। यद्यपि स्वामी विवेकानंद जी ने विधिवत 1997 फर्स्ट में उन्होंने विधिवत रामकृष्ण मिशन की प्रतिष्ठा की, और केवल ही नहीं, ये जो रामकृष्ण संघ है और किसी भी आध्यात्मिक एवं धार्मिक संघ से कुछ अलग है। द यूनिकनेस ऑफ रामकृष्ण संघ है। आप सभी जानते हैं क्या है यूनिकनेस ऑफ रामकृष्ण संघ। अभिनवत्व। यह एक अभिनव संस्था है, जिस संस्था की भाव विचारधारा बहुत ही उदार है, वेरी कैथोलिक। इतना उदार है कि कहा क्या कहें, श्री रामकृष्ण भाव में या श्री रामकृष्ण संघ में सबका स्वागत है, सबका स्वागत है। वो किसी मजहब के हो, किसी धर्म के हो, किसी संप्रदाय के हो, एवरीबॉडी इज वेलकम टू रामकृष्ण संघ। दिस इज वन ऑफ द यूनिकनेस ऑफ रामकृष्ण संघ। और रामकृष्ण संघ जो बनी है, उसके पीछे बहुत बड़ा इतिहास है, उसके पीछे बहुत बड़ी परंपरा है, और वो परंपरा, वो इतिहास बहुत ही रोचक है। बंधुगण, रामकृष्ण मिशन के बहुत सारे केंद्र भारतवर्ष में हैं। जैसे एक केंद्र रामकृष्ण संघ के, रामकृष्ण मिशन के है रामकृष्ण मिशन या रामकृष्ण मठ मुंबई। इसकी विधिवत स्थापना हुई थी, वो है 1905, 1905। एक्चुअली विधिवत हम नहीं कह सकते हैं कि स्वामी रामकृष्णानंद जी जब मुंबई आए हैं थे तब बाल गंगाधर तिलक, जो बहुत बड़े स्वतंत्रता सेनानी थे, उन्होंने रामकृष्णानंद जी को अनुरोध किया था कि स्वामी जी, ये महाराष्ट्र में या मुंबई में कहीं भी एक रामकृष्ण मिशन का केंद्र होना चाहिए। लेकिन कमेटी बनी, कमेटी बनने के बाद भी कुछ नहीं हुआ। 15 साल बाद फिर प्रचेष्टा की गई और हम देखते हैं 1923 को, 1923 को एक किराए का मकान में, जहां लक्ष्मी नारायण टेम्पल, कल वहां हम जाएंगे हम सब, रामकृष्ण मिशन मुंबई की शुरुआत हुई। शायद आपको पता होगा, कोई भी आंदोलन या कोई भी बड़ी संस्था 3 अवस्थाओं से गुजरता है। पहली अवस्था जो है किसी भी आंदोलन के लिए, वो है अपोजिशन, विरोधिता। लोग विरोध करते हैं, लोग समझ नहीं पाते हैं। हम देखते हैं लोग समझ नहीं पाए उस समय, 15 साल तक चुपचाप बैठे रहे मुंबई के लोग, महाराष्ट्र के लोग। फिर क्या होता है, दूसरी जो अवस्था है उसको कहते हैं हम इंडिफरेंस, उदासीनता। लोग उदासीन रहते हैं, चुपचाप रहते हैं, कोई नई भाव को, विचारधारा को ग्रहण नहीं करते हैं। फिर धीरे धीरे लोग ग्रहण करते हैं, समझ पाते हैं कि वो जो आंदोलन है, वो आंदोलन आध्यात्मिक आंदोलन है और ये आंदोलन बेस्ड ऑन द स्पिरिचुअल ट्रूथ। जब लोग समझते हैं तब ग्रहण करते हैं। सब आंदोलन के लिए ऐसा ही है। और चौथी अवस्था हम देखते हैं, वो है एप्रिसिएशन, प्रशंसा, एक्सेप्टेंस, प्रशंसा। और आपको सुनकर आप सभी जानते हैं, आज केवल रामकृष्ण मठ मुंबई नहीं या मिशन नहीं, एज होल रामकृष्ण मिशन आज चौथी अवस्था में है। लोग समझ पाए हैं और लोग इसकी प्रशंसा कर रहे हैं, लोग इसे ग्रहण कर रहे हैं। 100 साल तक रामकृष्ण मठ मुंबई या मिशन महाराष्ट्र की जनता की सेवा की। मैं कल देख रहा था कि रामकृष्ण मठ मुंबई से न जाने कितने रिलीफ कार्य हुए हैं, और केवल महाराष्ट्र की जनता के लिए नहीं, यहीं से मुंबई मठ से फंडिंग या कुछ सामान भेजना या रिलीफ करना, बिहार में, बंगाल में, पंजाब में, गुजरात में, सभी जगह ये रिलीफ कार्य ने किया है, अभी भी करते हैं, इसमें कोई भी संदेह नहीं है। और उन्होंने सेवा की रामकृष्ण मठ मिशन मुंबई, जिसको हम बहुत बड़ी सेवा कहते हैं, एंड दैट इज स्पिरिचुअल सर्विस। लोगों को आध्यात्मिक ज्ञान देना, सत्संग से हो या लेक्चर से हो, डिस्कोर्स से हो, सत्संग से हो, लोगों को आध्यात्मिक ज्ञान देना। और रामकृष्ण मठ और रामकृष्ण मिशन मुंबई यही काम करती आ रही है 100 साल से। मन में कभी कभी प्रश्न उठता है कि 100 साल से तो रामकृष्ण मठ और मिशन बहुत सारी सेवा की काम की है, लेकिन हमें तो ऊपर से उतना दिखता नहीं है, ऊपर से ज्यादा दिखता नहीं है। कि हम बहुत जगह देखते हैं कि हजारों हजारों लोग दौड़ते हैं पीछे, ये करते हैं, वो करते हैं, चमत्कार दिखाते हैं, क्या क्या करते हैं, तो लोग जानते हैं बाप रे। लेकिन रामकृष्ण मिशन मुंबई की अगर बात कहें तो 100 साल पूरा कर चुका है। तो भीड़ भाड़ नहीं, हल्ला गुल्ला नहीं, कुछ भी नहीं। स्वामी विवेकानंद जी कहते हैं जो रामकृष्ण मिशन का जो कार्य है, like a dewdrops falling on the flowers and blossom the thousands and thousands of flowers, unseen and unheard. We don't know how the great message of Sri Ramakrishna Ma Sarda and Swami Vivekananda is percolating. हमें पता नहीं। मैं यहाँ 6 साल से ज्यादा था। मैंने महाराष्ट्र का गांव-गांव किया भाव प्रचार के लिए। हमको आश्चर्य लगा कि हम यहां नहीं, कोई भी संत या कोई भी वहां नहीं पहुंचे हैं, लेकिन जो बुजुर्ग हैं, बड़े हैं उम्र में, वो सबको रामकृष्ण मिशन की भाव से और भावधारा से परिचित है। आपको हमें यह समझना है कि श्री रामकृष्ण खुद ही अपनी भावधारा खुद ही प्रचार करते हैं, हम समझते हैं कि हम करते हैं जरूर, करवाते हैं, लेकिन न जाने कैसे कैसे वो अपनी भावधारा को प्रसारित करते हैं, प्रचारित करते हैं, जन जन में प्रचारित एवं प्रसारित करते हैं। इसमें कोई भी संदेह नहीं है। आप तो सौभाग्यशाली हैं जो भी रामकृष्ण मिशन से जुड़े हैं, या रामकृष्ण मिशन या रामकृष्ण की भावधारा से जुड़े हैं। लेकिन स्वामी विवेकानंद जी की बहुत बड़ी जिम्मेदारी आप सबको दे के गए हैं, वो हमें नहीं भूलना है। बहुत बड़ी जिम्मेदारी। वो जिम्मेदारी क्या है? जब स्वामी विवेकानंद जी ने रामकृष्ण मिशन की प्रतिष्ठा की, उस समय उन्होंने ये कहा कि 2-4 सन्यासियों से ये रामकृष्ण मिशन, रामकृष्ण की भावधारा को प्रचारित और प्रसारित करना संभव नहीं है। इसलिए सन्यासी एवं गिरस्थ भक्त कंधे से कंधे मिलाकर ये रामकृष्ण भाव को प्रचारित और प्रसारित करना पड़ेगा। बंधुगण, बहुत भारी जिम्मेदारी दे के गए हैं स्वामी विवेकानंद। ये जिम्मेदारी आप सबको निभाना पड़ेगा, ये जिम्मेदारी आपको सबको निभाना पड़ेगा। हम ग्रोथ के बारे में कहते हैं, कोई संस्था की ग्रोथ के बारे में, ये आंदोलन की ग्रोथ के बारे में। कोई भी अस्वाभाविक एबनॉर्मल ग्रोथ किसी भी संस्था या किसी भी आंदोलन के ज्यादा दिन तक टिक नहीं सकता है। धीरे धीरे रे मना धीरे सब कुछ हो गई। कभी क्या कहता है कि धीरे धीरे सब कुछ होता है, जल्दीबाजी में कुछ नहीं होता है, सब काम बिगड़ जाता है। जैसे कभी कहता है कि आम के पेड़ में अगर कोई माली हजारों घड़ा पानी क्यों न डाले, आम का फल तभी होगा जब ऋतु आएगा, तभी होगा। धीरे धीरे मना सब कुछ होगा। और हमारी जो रामकृष्ण आंदोलन है, वो आंदोलन आधारित है, किस पर आधारित है? स्लो एंड स्टडी विंस द रेस, इस पर आधारित है। रामकृष्ण मिशन या रामकृष्ण का जो रामकृष्ण आंदोलन जो है, रामकृष्ण मूवमेंट, जरूर गति धीमी है, इसमें कोई संदेह नहीं है, लेकिन धीर और स्थिर है, स्टेडी है। और जो स्टेडी रहता है, कोई भी आंदोलन, कोई भी व्यक्ति, कोई भी संस्था, तो फिर क्या होता है? वही आगे बढ़ सकता है, वही ज्यादा दिन तक टिक सकता है। इसलिए रामकृष्ण मठ, रामकृष्ण मिशन मुंबई 100 साल पूरा कर चुका है। 100 साल तो कुछ भी नहीं, कुछ भी नहीं। इतनी बड़ी संस्था और रामकृष्ण नामांकित संस्था, क्यों कुछ भी नहीं है 100 साल? अरे स्वामी विवेकानंद खुद कह के गए हैं। वो क्या कहते हैं? जो हमने दे के गए हैं जनता जनार्दन को, वो 100-200 साल के लिए नहीं, 1500 साल के लिए दे के गए हैं। और ये हम विश्वास करते हैं, दृढ़ता के साथ विश्वास करते हैं कि जो रामकृष्ण मूवमेंट, रामकृष्ण भाव आंदोलन, ये न जाने कितने दिन तक चलेंगे, जरूर चलेगा। और चलाने के लिए आप हम सबको सचेष्ट होना पड़ेगा और ये रामकृष्ण आंदोलन को आगे बढ़ाने का काम आपके लिए है, हमारे लिए है। तो बहुत ही खुशी हो रही है कि रामकृष्ण मिशन और मठ मिशन मुंबई 100 साल से जनता जनार्दन की सेवा की है और आगे भी करेगा, इसमें कोई भी संदेह नहीं है। एक भाव जो होता है, रामकृष्ण भाव जो होता है, ये स्पिरिचुअल जो मूवमेंट होता है, उसका मेजरिंग रॉड जो है, हम कैसे ये इससे नहीं माप सकते हैं। बिल्डिंग, मकान, पैसा, वैभव, ऐश्वर्य से नहीं माप सकते हैं। वही स्पिरिचुअल मूवमेंट को हम नहीं माप सकते हैं। स्पिरिचुअल मूवमेंट को हम माप सकते हैं, ये कितने दिन चलेगा या नहीं चलेगा, कैसे हम माप सकते हैं? माप सकते हैं वो संस्था या आंदोलन की क्या भाव है, विचारधारा है। अगर वो विचारधारा अगर आध्यात्मिक सत्य पर आधारित है, आध्यात्मिक सत्य, स्पिरिचुअल ट्रुथ, लेकिन हम साधारण लोग हैं, कहते हैं अरे भाई कुछ भी नहीं, कुछ भी बाहर से दिखता नहीं, कुछ भी नहीं हो रहा है। बहुत सारे लोग प्रश्न करते हैं, बहुत सारे प्रश्न लोग करते हैं। मैं तो जब कोई हम प्रवचन करने के लिए जाते हैं, ज्यादातर लोग नहीं आते हैं सुनने के लिए, तब हम विमर्श हो जाते हैं, दुखी हो जाते हैं और क्या कहते हैं कि भाई कोई तो लोग आए नहीं सुनने के लिए, क्या होगा? अरे विमर्श होने की बात नहीं है, विमर्श होने की बात नहीं है। अगर 10 आदमी आए, उसमें से एक आदमी श्री रामकृष्ण भाव को अपनाते हैं, वही काफी है, वही काफी है। मैं मेरी वाणी को समाप्त करूंगा एक घटना का जिक्र करूंगा। एक बहुत बड़ा पंडित जैसे बहुत सारे पंडित यहाँ बैठे हुए हैं बहुत बड़ा पंडित, तो भगवत गीता का व्याख्यान करते थे, कथावाचक जिसको हम कहते हैं हिंदी में। जहां वो कथा करते थे वहां हजारों लोग जाते थे उनको सुनने के लिए, उनकी कथा को सुनने के लिए। एक दिन उन्होंने कथा करने के लिए गया, भगवत गीता का कथा, और उन्होंने देखा केवल 10-15 आदमी बैठे हुए हैं, तो वो बहुत दुखी हो गया। जो भी हो, जल्दी में वो कथा समाप्त कर जब वो घर लौटता है, उनकी पत्नी वो कथावाचक को पूछती है, अरे भाई आप इतना विमर्श क्यों दिखते हैं आज? अरे यार क्या बोले, बात मत करो ज्यादा। क्यों भाई, क्या हो गया? बोले आज मेरे सभा में कथा सुनने के लिए केवल 10-15 लोग आए थे, तो लेकिन पत्नी बहुत बुद्धिमती थी, बहुत ही बुद्धिमती। उन्होंने कहा फजूल के आप विमर्श हो जाते, निराश हो जाते हैं। अरे भगवान कृष्ण ने जब भगवत गीता को सुनाए थे तब कितना आदमी थे, श्रोता कितना थे? एक ही थे, अर्जुन थे। और आप फजूल के चिंताग्रस्त हो जाते हैं, निराश हो जाते हैं, विमर्श हो जाते हैं। तो मेरे कहने का मतलब यह है कि संख्या से नहीं, नॉट बाय क्वांटिटी बट बाय क्वालिटी, ये बहुत बड़ी बात है। अगर यहां हम भक्त लोग हैं, इतना सन्यासी हैं, चलो भक्त की लोग की बात करें, इतने सारे भक्त आए हैं, करीब 500-600। मैंने महाराज से पूछ रहा था, भैया बैठने का जगह कितना है, सीट कितना है? महाराज ने बताया 800। चलो 200 सन्यासी हो गए, यहां 600 भक्त लोग हैं। अगर 600 भक्त लोग आप प्रेरित हैं, श्री रामकृष्ण भाव से आप प्रेरित हैं, हम जानते हैं, लेकिन ये 3 दिन ये समारोह अटेंड करने के बाद अगर 600 भक्तों में से अगर 10 भक्तों एकदम अपना ये रामकृष्ण भाव को एकदम अपना लेते हैं, यही है सभा की, समारोह की सार्थकता, नहीं तो कुछ नहीं। मैं ज्यादा समय नहीं लूंगा, और भी सारे पंडित लोग बैठे थे जिसको हम कहते हैं प्रखर वक्ता। ये बहुत बड़े बड़े प्रखर वक्ता हैं, आत्मप्रियानंद जी हैं, और अरे बस सर्वप्रियानंद जी तो बहुत ही बड़े प्रखर वक्ता। अरे बाप रे, अरे भाई मैंने सुना, मैं तो आश्चर्य हो गया, रामकृष्ण मिशन इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ कल्चर कलकत्ता में, अरे पुलिस को बुलाना पड़ा भीड़ को संभालने के लिए। तो जो भी हो, मैं ठाकुर मां स्वामी जी से ही प्रार्थना करूंगा कि आप सब आनंद में रहिए, खुश रहिए, और श्री रामकृष्ण भाव को अपने साथ लेते जाइए। अगर श्री रामकृष्ण भाव को, भावधारा को आप साथ लेके चलेंगे, किसी भी मुसीबत में आप निराश नहीं होंगे, हताश नहीं होंगे, बिकॉज श्री रामकृष्ण भाव इज सो स्ट्रेंथनिंग एंड लाइफ गिविंग, देयर इज नो डाउट अबाउट इट। नमस्कार, धन्यवाद। और क्यों खुशी हो रही है, ऐसा तो मैं इस समारोह में आया हूं योगदान करने के लिए, और ज्यादा क्यों हम खुश हो रहे हैं, मैं खुश हो रहा हूं कि बहुत सारे नॉन फेसेस हमको दिखने के लिए मिल रहे हैं हमारे सामने। अरे बाप रे, कितने सारे, ये बहुत बड़ा आनंद है जब हम एक दूसरे से मिलते हैं, पहले मिल चुके हैं, अगर उससे मिलते हैं तो बड़ा आनंद होता है, बड़ी खुशी होती है, इसमें कोई संदेह नहीं है। नमस्कार, धन्यवाद।
Now we request Revered Swami Atmapriyananda Ji Maharaj, Pro-Chancellor, Ramakrishna Mission Vivekananda Educational and Research Institute, Belur Math. He will speak on Ramakrishna ideal according to Swami Vivekananda.
Om yo brahmanam vidadhati purvam yo vai vedanscha prahinoti tasmai tamhadevam atma buddhi prakasham mumukshurvai sharanamaham prapadye. Om asato ma sadgamaya tamaso ma jyotirgamaya mrityorma amritam gamaya. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Shakti Samudra Samuthatarangam Darshita Prema Vijrumbhitarangam Samshaya Rakshasa Nasha Mahastram Yami Gurum Sharanam Bhavavaidyam Advaya Tattva Samahita Chittam Projvala Bhakti Patavrita Vrittam Karma Kalevaram Adbhuta Cheshtam Yami Gurum Sharanam Bhavavaidyam Naradeva Deva Jaya Jaya Naradeva. I offer my most respectful pranams, Ashtanga pranams to revered Swami Gautamanandaji Maharaj, the senior most vice president of the Ramakrishna Math and Ramakrishna Mission, to Swami Sarvalokanandaji and Swami Satyadevanandaji, the former Adhyaksha and the present Adhyaksha of the Mumbai Math, and Swami, our dear Sarvapriyanandaji, and the galaxy of monks who are present before me, and my dear Bombay devotees. The subject this morning is the Ramakrishna ideal according to Swami Vivekananda. We believe that Swami Vivekananda was the person who understood Sri Ramakrishna the most, although he himself said how little I have understood him. And in some places he said, I have understood what Sri Ramakrishna said. I begin with the first rule in the rules book. Some of them have been published in the complete works of Swami Vivekananda. Swami Vivekananda dictated these rules of the Ramakrishna Math Belur, and his disciple, he took notes of them. What is the purpose of starting this math? The first rule. I will quote this in Bengali and translate it to English. Shri Bhagavan Ramakrishna Pradashita Pranali Avalamban Kuriya Nijer Mukti Sadhan Kora O জগতের সর্বপ্রকার কল্যাণ সাধনে শিক্ষিত হওয়ার জন্য এই মঠ প্রতিষ্ঠিত হইল. Every word is important. নিজের মুক্তি সাধন করা, what Swamiji called Atmano Mokshartham, and Jagadhitaya cha, he adds a rider there, জগতের সর্বপ্রকার কল্যাণ সাধনে শিক্ষিত হওয়ার জন্য. To be able to do good to the world, you need special kind of training and education. To receive this kind of education, as well as for one's own liberation. It's a two-pronged approach. The person who is serving the world gives service and the world is benefited. And the person who does it, he is benefited because he is elevated. What he does to the world does good to the world. And how he does it elevates the person himself. Atmano mokshartam jagadhitaya cha. We do not know how this phrase came about. It's very likely Swami Vivekananda himself coined this phrase. We don't find it in the Shastras anywhere. Although Swami Vivekananda said, I have not spoken anything but the Upanishads. Now, look at the first statement. Sri Bhagavan Ramakrishna Pradashita Pranali Avalamban Kuriya. Following the method shown by Sri Bhagavan Sri Ramakrishna. What is that method? Swamiji himself answers, In a conversation with Sister Nivedita, he says, what is the role of Ramakrishna in this scheme? Then he says, he is the method, the wonderful unconscious method. He did not understand himself. He lived that great life and I read the meaning. Look at this statement. He lived that great life and I read the meaning. So he said Ramakrishna is the method. The Pradarshita Pranali is the method shown by Ramakrishna. Ramakrishna himself is that wonderful method. Then he follows it up in the rules book later on. What is the speciality of Ramakrishna by which he showed this method? Why is Ramakrishna himself the goal as well as the path and the method? Swamiji discovers a couple of uniquenesses in Sri Ramakrishna. Was it an exaggeration because of his guru? It's very unlikely because Swamiji, as you know, was extremely critical of everything, including his own guru. And at all points he used to argue with Sri Ramakrishna. And with great joy, his guru used to say, "O kau ke mane na, amakau mane na." Have you ever heard Guru being very pleased that the disciple does not obey him? Ascharyo vakta kushalasya labdha, ascharyo gyata kushalanusishtaha. He is a wonderful Guru and a wonderful disciple, each of them testing each other. Ramakrishna is testing Naren, Naren is teaching Ramakrishna in return, but he failed. Finally, he had to accept defeat. Uniqueness number one, Swamiji himself says in the rules book, I'll again quote in Bengali and translate it into English. Gyan, Yog, Bhakti o Karmer Parakashtha Samashti Swarup Eirup Apurva Purush Jagater ei Manav Jatir Moddhe Kokhono Samodit hon nai. Never before in the history of human civilization, such a unique personality who is the embodiment of the highest acme of jnana, bhakti, karma and yoga has appeared before earth. And he says therefore, who is a follower of Ramakrishna? What is the method he has given us to follow? Eirup Sarvanga Sundar Charitra Jahar. Tini Sri Ramakrishna Dever Yathartha Shishya o Anugami. Let us touch our hearts and analyze ourselves. Only that person who has integrated into himself these four yogas following Sri Ramakrishna, and his character has been formed in a complete, perfect way in the mold of Ramakrishna, he alone is a real and a true follower and a disciple of Sri Ramakrishna. And he goes on to say, then what is the role of this mutt? Why has it been created by Sri Ramakrishna? Through Swami Vivekananda. He says there, Gyan, Bhakti, Karma, এবং যোগের সমবায়ে চরিত্র গঠন করা এই মঠের উদ্দেশ্য. The purpose of the creation of this mutt is to develop and form a character individually, every one of us, by a harmonious blending or a combination of jnana, bhakti, karma and yoga. And he makes a very powerful statement. Whosoever has not formed his character according to this pattern has not cast himself or herself in the mold of Sri Ramakrishna. এই মধ্যে যে কোনো একটা অঙ্গের ন্যূনতা যে প্রদর্শন করে সেই সার চরিত্র রামকৃষ্ণ মুষায় দ্রুত হয় নাই. He has not cast himself in the mold of Ramakrishna. Is it easy that everybody becomes Ramakrishna? Why does Swamiji pitch such a high ideal? He himself gives a beautiful solution. This is the beauty of Swami Vivekananda. Along with idealism, he combined immense practicality. He says in a famous letter to Kidi, Shingaravelu Mudalayar. Swamiji used to nickname everybody, including his own guru. Thakur ke bolte hain, Budo Brahman. The only person for whom the highest respect, Holy Mother, he dare not. Now, he says, what is it that we can do, keeping Ramakrishna as the ideal? In that letter, famous letter, he writes, I agree that faith is a wonderful input and it alone can save. But there is a danger in it of breeding fanaticism. Jnana is all right, but it may end up with dry intellectualism. And it may become meaningless sentimentalism. A harmony of all these is required. Ramakrishna was such a harmony. But such people are few and far between, but keeping him and his teachings as the ideal, we can move on. Then he makes a very unique statement, which is a matter of great research and future by hundreds of scholars maybe, in which he says, Ramakrishnas cannot be found by the thousands, they are few and far between. What is the ideal? Keeping his ideal in mind, how we can proceed. Here he mentions, if each one of us cannot attain to that perfection, we can do it collectively by counteracting, equipoising, adjusting and fulfilling one another. Look at every word. Each one of us may not be able to attain to the ideal of perfection of the harmony of yogas, as Ramakrishna himself said, Parakashta, the supreme acme, but we may, if we really try, do this collectively by counteracting, equipoising, adjusting and fulfilling one another. And this will be a harmony of a number of persons and a decided advance over all creeds. If you look at the pattern of the Ramakrishna Math and the Ramakrishna Mission, including all of us, the devotees as well as the monks, this is the pattern which emerges. A person, the Ramakrishna Mission can be a bhakta, and another monk or a devotee nearby can be a jnani, and the third person can be a great yogi, and the fourth man be a very active karmi. But this group of four will represent the Ramakrishna ideal of harmony. So look at the vision that Swami Vivekananda had. We can do it collectively by counteracting, equipoising, adjusting and fulfilling one another, and this will be decided advance over other creeds. Another uniqueness Swami Vivekananda found in Sri Ramakrishna, which we wanted to emulate, what is called in the Christian parlance as imitation of Christ. The uniqueness is breadth and width usually do not come together. They are inversely proportional. He says a stream which is extremely narrow is deep and fast, and a river which is very broad is usually shallow. Ascharya eje, Swamiji's language, Ascharya eje, সমস্ত ইতিহাসের দৃষ্টান্ত উল্লঙ্ঘন করিয়া এই রামকৃষ্ণ রূপে আকাশের চেয়ে বিশালতা আর সমুদ্র হইতেও গভীরতা পরিলক্ষিত হয়. It's very extraordinary that all examples in history has been thrown away. In the form of Ramakrishna, the highest liberality, more liberal, more broad than even the skies, and more profound than the ocean has been found in a single personality. And he says Therefore, it is possible that liberality on the one hand and profundity on the other can coexist. Because in a single individual like Ramakrishna, if it is possible, it should be possible to form a society in which these two coexist. Sri Bhagavan, the Swamiji used to call him Sri Prabhu, the Lord, had repeatedly again and again instructed all his followers to avoid a particular sentiment, which is to limit the infinitude of God and say he is this, this and nothing beyond. And Swamiji, a very powerful statement he makes there. And a person who limits the infinitude of God, Sri Bhagavan'er je iti korar cheshta korbe, she naradham, she tar vidveshi. A person who limits the infinitude of God is a despicable human being, a despicable creature, and he is a hater of God. Why does he make such a powerful statement? Sri Ramakrishna represents liberality. Sri Ramakrishna represents humanity as well as divinity in one. And therefore, never say God can be only this and not that. So these are the three fundamental principles that Swami Vivekananda discovered. He lived that great life and I read the meaning. So I was trying to read, what was the meaning Vivekananda read? It's not easy. So you have to, every sentence of his requires a deep meditation, and you have to pray and pray to find out the essence of all this. Then these three are the uniquenesses which I found. I summarize and close. One, Swami Vivekananda said, the samanvaya of the yogas, jnana, bhakti, karma, and yoga, these four together have to be practiced in the individual and the collective level. And in another context, in the Universal Religion lecture, Swami Vivekananda makes a very interesting statement which also needs to be researched into. Individually, if you combine the yogas in your life, collectively it will translate into dharma samanvaya, or the harmony of religions. This is also a very powerful statement. Individually, if you combine jnana, bhakti, karma, and yoga in your life, collectively it will translate into society as the harmony of religions. The harmony of religions is something which is not imposed by Sri Ramakrishna, as Holy Mother beautifully said, "Tini matlab kore to kichu korenni, Ishwar bhave before hoye thakten." Not that Sri Ramakrishna said, today, now I am going to prove the harmony of religions and practiced. We always talk about the harmony of religions of Sri Ramakrishna that came spontaneously because of his infinite quest to God, the hunger to realize God in innumerable forms and innumerable names and innumerable ways. That is one. And he said, anybody who fails in even one of them, diminishing in one of these aspects of the four yogas, he has not cast himself in the mold of Sri Ramakrishna. So we have to really attempt very powerfully and extremely carefully how we can integrate these four into our own lives. And the second, the broadness, liberality, combined with profundity and depth. And the third, which I said, Sri Ramakrishna, immense idealism and immense practicality have to be combined in individual and collective life, and coming together, collectively, we can harmonize these great ideals and move on. And this Ramakrishna Math and the Ramakrishna Mission is a collection of individuals who claim to be following the ideal and the teachings of Sri Ramakrishna, all of us here, and millions of people all over the world have this mission given by Swami Vivekananda, this task, this divine command given to us, that every one of us, individually and collectively, have to reach the acme in the practice of jnana, bhakti, karma, and yoga. May Sri Ramakrishna give us the strength to understand these ideas and practice them in our life. Thank you.
Now, the final speaker for this series of talks that we had, we now invite Swami Sarvapriyanandaji Minister in charge, Vedanta Society, New York, USA. He will speak on Swami Vivekananda's Vedanta or Vedantic vision and mission.
Om Namah Shri Yatirajaya Vivekananda Suray Satchid Sukhaswarupaya Swami Netapaharine. Most revered Swami Gautamananda Ji Maharaj, revered Swamis Satyadevananda Ji, Sarvalokananda Ji, Atmapriyananda Ji, Muktidananda Ji Maharaj, this galaxy of revered Swamijis present, dear friends, devotees, and well-wishers. As you just heard, I'm at present posted in the Vedanta Society of New York. The most important event in New York, annual event, biggest and most important event, is the New York Marathon. And so, if you see the preparations for this New York Marathon, which happens just at the doorstep of the Vedanta Society, there's the Central Park, and there the preparations go on, you will be happy and delighted. I think every Indian will be happy and delighted to see this New York Marathon is sponsored and organized by the Tata Consultancy Services. I have often seen Indians, when they are walking in the park, it brings a smile to their face. It brings a smile to my face also when I see TCS written there, and the officers and the engineers in TCS in New York, they are working day and night to prepare for the marathon. And after the whole day of the marathon concludes in the Central Park, which is at the doorstep of the Vedanta Society of New York. Now, this is very significant. In order to understand the significance of this, why it seems so symbolic to me, we have to go back to 1893. And the story starts here in Mumbai, in the gateway of India. A few days ago, we went to see with revered Maharaj, Swami Vivekananda's statue there. And in that, it's inscribed that Swami Vivekananda sailed from here, the gateway of India, for the United States to attend the World Parliament of Religions in 1893. But on that ship, there was another person, a Parsi businessman, who was going to the United States in search of business opportunities, Jamshedji Tata. And we all know the story, how on the ship, this Hindu sannyasi and this Parsi businessman, they got together and started talking. What did they talk about? Did they talk about religion? Did they talk about business? Not really. Swami Vivekananda said to Jamshedji that India needs science and research in science and technology, and it would be wonderful if you could set up an institute for scientific research in India. I mean, it's so significant, so amazing that a monk representing Hinduism, a young person, very young person, going across the world, halfway across the world to an unknown land, and he meets somebody from his own country, not even of his own religion, and then they talk about the future of India, and they talk about science and technology and research. And we know the story, how it developed. Years later, Jamshedji wrote to Swami Vivekananda, saying that, if you remember, we met on the ship to America, and I am seized of this idea that you gave me to establish as an institute for scientific research in India. I'm going to do that, and I cannot think of anybody better than you to be the director of this institute. The letter is still there, and it's also inscribed in the institute which came about finally in Bangalore. You have the Indian Institute of Science. Earlier it was called the Tata Institute. In fact, even now, the auto wallahs, they call it the Tata Institute. So it was established because of this dialogue between Vivekananda and Jamshedji. Of course, it was not so easy. We now know the later history of this, how it came about. Jamshedji passed away, Swami Vivekananda passed away long before this institute was established. The British government, and the money was collected, the land was designated, the British government said the natives of India do not need science and technology. So there's no need to establish such an institute. Sister Nivedita fought tooth and nail in India. She took it to the British Parliament and finally got permission for establishing this institute, which was later set up. Now the significance of this, Swami Vivekananda's vision of Vedanta, it is not just conventional spirituality. We understand what spirituality is. We understand it is meditation, it is devotion, it is temples and rituals and bhakti. It is also the study of the Upanishads and the Gita. It is monks and devotees. But Swami Vivekananda extends this Krishna Math and Ramakrishna Mission here in Mumbai. This year we are also celebrating the 125th year of the Ramakrishna Mission itself. This is another aspect of Swami Vivekananda's vision for Vedanta. See, it again goes back to the United States. One day he came home to the place where he was staying and said to his hostess, an elderly American lady, he said, "Madam, today I have fallen in love." And the lady was a little amused. She said, "Who is the lucky woman?" And Swami Vivekananda laughed and said, "Oh, it is not a lady, it is organization." Fall in love with the idea of organization. See, when I went to the United States a few years ago, people asked me, both in the United States and here, that when you went to the United States, what is it that struck you? What is that you found to be different, new, surprising, intriguing? And these days, there's nothing so new or different or, I can imagine 40, 50 years ago, when we went from the India to the United States, we would see something different. It would be very interesting. But nowadays, because of, the whole world linked together through media and internet and all, we know what's there. We see it in magazines and newspapers, on internet. We see it. So what is so new about it? But there is one thing which I found new, which we cannot see here if we go there and stay for a certain amount of time and we observe American society, something which is very inherent there. The power and the knack of organization. I remember I was there, I was initially posted to our Vedanta society in Hollywood. Somebody asked, why in Hollywood? Why do you have an ashram in Hollywood? Swami Prabhavanandaji, the founder, he used to say, we were here before Hollywood became Hollywood. So, but what I noticed was, an interesting feature I noticed there was that at every level there was an informal or formal organization. So in the Hollywood, what in Bengali we would call para, ilaka, that's that particular area, the community. For every problem, they would get together. There would be a community meeting, whether you're a member of an ashram or an apartment building, whoever you are, meeting will be there. Is there a problem of drug addicts? Is there a problem of criminals? Is there a problem of littering? And the mayor's office has to send a representative. The police commissioner has to send a representative, and they will do what the community wants them to do. See the power of organization. And this is what Swami Vivekananda saw there in Western society, in American society, more than 100 years ago when he went there. He saw this power, and therefore he translated it into these organizations which we now know as the Ramakrishna Math and the Ramakrishna Mission. He established the Vedanta Society of New York in 1894. One of the first ashrams of our order. Not the very first, because already the monastery was there in Baranagar and later in Alambajar. But there, one day, Swami Vivekananda was sitting for breakfast. This was in New York in around maybe 1894-95. And they were going to publish one of his lectures as a pamphlet. And the printer, a Dutchman, he came to meet Swami Vivekananda and said, Swami, it would be helpful if we have a logo, a symbol. And Swami Vivekananda, sitting there at the breakfast table, he sketched out the symbol of the Ramakrishna Math and Ramakrishna Mission. You know, when you look at it, is it here? Yes. So if you will see it as wavy waters, a swan swimming on the waters, the sun rising in the background, a lotus blooming in the foreground, and the whole thing encircled by a serpent. Swami Vivekananda sketched it out and on a piece of paper, and he tossed it across to the printer, to the gentleman, and said, draw it to scale. And that's how we got the logo. And that encapsulates Swami Vivekananda's vision of Vedanta. He explained later that the lotus blooming, it represents devotion, love of God. The wavy waters represent karma, action in this world. The sun rising at the back, it represents jnana, knowledge of self, knowledge of Brahman. And the whole thing being encircled by the serpent, it is the power of yoga, he said. The Kundalini power or the power of yoga. In two different places he has given two different interpretations. And by a combination of work and love and knowledge and yoga of concentration, one can realize God, which is symbolized by the swan, the Paramatman, the swan swimming in the water. So this is, in essence, Swami Vivekananda's ideal of the four yogas, the harmony of four yogas, which Swami Atmapriyanji just so eloquently spoke about just now. This idea was there throughout in Indian spiritual history. There are different modes in which one can be spiritual. One way is the way of devotion. There the problem is stated as that God exists, but we do not have devotion to God. And the solution is to have love, faith, devotion to God, to worship God, to surrender to God. So this is the path of bhakti. God exists. How do I know? Take it on faith. Your guru is telling you, scriptures are telling you, holy people are telling you, so God exists. Take it on faith. And worship, love God until one gets a transcendent experience, when it becomes no more just a question of I believe, but then it will become I know. But still, that is the path of devotion, path of love. There is another path, the path of yoga, where it says not so much a question of faith. Patanjali tells us that not so much a question of faith, it's a matter of experience. Swami Vivekananda, when he went to America, he said religion is realization, not just believing in something. So it's a question of direct experience of the suprasensuous, of the transcendent reality. And how do you do it? The problem is not lack of faith, solution is not faith, the problem is restless mind, chitta vritti. And the solution is chitta vritti nirodha, settling the restlessness of the mind in deep focus and in deep meditation in samadhi. So that's the yogic way. And very, very important for this day and age. Swami Vivekananda stressed it in America. He realized that this is the age of empirical experience, of direct experience. It's no use saying you have to believe in this. People had heard that for centuries, that you have to believe in religion because the church says so, the book says so, the preacher says so. But Vivekananda said, you believe in religion because it's a question of experience. One can experience God. That's what made Vivekananda Vivekananda. Narendranath goes to Sri Ramakrishna and asks, have you seen God? And Sri Ramakrishna says, yes, I have seen God, just as I see you, even more clearly. So this appeal of experience, I can see God, I can experience God. That is the path of yoga. There's also another path, that it is not so much a question of faith or not faith, it's not so much a question of calming the mind or not calming the mind, it's a question of ignorance and knowledge. And the path of jnana says, you are Brahman, and you just do not know it, and through a method of Vedantic inquiry, we will come to know it and see for ourselves. So all these paths were there, jnana, bhakti, yoga, and karma. All our activities usually are selfish in motive. What can I get for myself? If you can convert it into unselfish activity, it will lead directly to God realization. All these paths were there. Now, what had usually happened was, in Sanatana Dharma, in fact, in all the traditional paths, all the 4 yogas are included, but usually there is a hierarchy. If you ask Shankaracharya, he will say that bhakti is helpful, karma is definitely helpful, meditation is very helpful, but none of them will give you God realization. Enlightenment will come only through jnana, because the real problem is ignorance of the self, and therefore knowledge of the self will lead to enlightenment. If you ask Sri Ramanujacharya or Sri Madhvacharya, same question, which yoga will lead to enlightenment? They will say, not jnana, not even karma. Poor karma usually used to have a lowest rank. These are helpful for preparation, but devotion, bhakti alone will lead to God realization. And all of these are true. Sri Ramakrishna gives his stamp of approval to all these paths, having practiced each of them in turn and realized the same truth. He said, Jato mat tato pat, as many faiths, so many ways to God realization. And Swami Vivekananda, he made a formula of the harmony of the 4 yogas. It is not that one yoga alone will lead to enlightenment and all the others are preparatory, but all of them can individually. Vivekananda says very clearly, individually, by one or more or all of these, one can attain to God realization. By the path of jnana, yes, certainly. By the path of bhakti alone, yes, certainly. By the path of meditation alone, yes, certainly. Even by the path of just selfless work, one can attain to God. But Swami Vivekananda's great insight, and by the way, all these Vedantic insights of Swami Vivekananda, they were drawn entirely from a reading of Sri Ramakrishna's life, as Swami Atmapriyanji was just saying. Swami Vivekananda's great insight was, it is much more powerful to combine the 4 yogas. It is much more safe to combine the 4 yogas. It is much more wholesome to combine the 4 yogas. So he said, by a combination, by one or more or many of these, or all of these paths, by devotion, by service, by psychic control or meditation, and by knowledge. In fact, he used the word philosophy. By philosophy, by one or more or all of these, attain to God realization. So this harmony of the 4 yogas, without any hierarchy, that's represented by that amazing diagram, that logo which Swami Vivekananda drew on the piece of paper at the breakfast table, and he tossed it across the table, and he said, draw it to scale. Another aspect, insight, I will mention. We talk about, 11th September 1893, the World Parliament of Religions, and Swami Vivekananda, his message in Chicago, the World Parliament of Religions. That's how we know Vivekananda. That's how we understand 11th September. But in New York, if you say 9/11, it means something else. In New York, 9/11 is tantamount, is identified with religious fanaticism, not with liberality. It is identified with violence, not with peace. And this happened more than 100 years after Swami Vivekananda's historic speech in Chicago, on the same date. So, it's just a coincidence, but it's a stark reminder of the continuing relevance of Swami Vivekananda's message of the harmony of religions. It is not so evident to us in this country as Indians, and especially as Hindus. Because for us it seems evident, it's of the spirit of Hinduism, that there are many different ways of being spiritual. There are many different forms in which one may worship God. It is for us devotees, followers of Sri Ramakrishna, it is evident. It's something that we accept easily. For us Hindus in general, we accept this easily. You will be surprised. I have seen it again and again, a peculiar narrowness about religion. It persists till this day. Even among the most advanced countries, in the United States I see it all the time. Either people are very liberal, they don't care about religion at all. You practice whatever, it's fine. Why? Because all of it is wrong anyway, or I'm not interested. That's one kind. Many people are there like that. But there are others where it seems to be, the feeling seems to be, if you are seriously interested in religion, you have to be narrow. I'll tell you one incident. The World Parliament of Religions in Toronto, it's still held, the World Parliament of Religions, periodically. So in Toronto in 2018, there was one session in which an evangelist, who are generally quite fundamentalist, Christian evangelist, he was going to give a talk. And he said, the goal of our path, our teaching is you follow Jesus Christ and try to live a life according to the ideals of Jesus Christ, and to tell others the error of their ways and to bring them to our path. So I asked a question, that the first path is very beautiful. To live according to the ideals of Jesus Christ is very beautiful. But the second part, is it so important to tell everybody else that you are wrong, you have to come to our path? And he said, yes, this is very interesting. He said that, no, that is what we are taught. And this is a fundamental part of our practice, to bring everybody else to our path. So even now, it is extremely relevant. Swami Vivekananda's message of the harmony of religions. Each path can lead to God realization. I used to be surprised when I came across these narrow sentiments in the United States. I couldn't understand. Why is there so much resistance to this idea of the harmony of religions? It's a good idea. It's a useful idea. And it's beneficial. And it seems true. If only one path is true. In fact, let me tell you this and I'll conclude. One of our senior swamis, an American swami, he became a monk many, many years ago, decades ago. I asked him, how did you become a monk in the Ramakrishna order? He said, I grew up in a very conservative part of the United States, in North Carolina. And I was interested in religion, but I found every little church was criticizing every other church. They were saying, we alone have the truth and everybody else is going to go to hell. We are true, we are right, everybody else is wrong. And this, he said, I was a young man, I thought maybe we are also wrong then. If everybody is wrong, how is it that only we can be right? So probably everybody is wrong. Now, years later, he said, I came across Vedanta for the Western World, a publication, and there I came across the idea, not that one is right and everybody is wrong. Not that everybody is wrong also. In fact, everybody is right. Everybody is right. This idea I got from Vedanta, and I said, this is the path that I want to follow. I really believe this, and I'm so happy to see that here is a teaching from a religion which teaches this very truth, that all religions are true. I used to find it strange. Why don't people accept it? Until somebody explained to me that, from a certain perspective, a Western perspective, to say that all religions are true is to say that religions are not true. They cannot be true. Because truth is one, everything else has to be false, and somehow that one truth is to be my truth. Somehow the religion that I belong to is true, everything else has to be false. So when they are introduced to this idea that all of these are paths leading to one truth. So this is a new idea. It is very common and easily accepted by us, but it's a new idea for the rest of the world. And Swami Vivekananda's vision of Vedanta, mission of Vedanta, one part of it was to spread this idea across the world. I have run out of time, so I'll conclude by saying I pray to Sri Sri Thakur, Ma and Swamiji to bless all of us. May we imbibe these very powerful ideas. There's a saying, there is nothing so powerful as an idea whose time has come. And the time of Ramakrishna and Vivekananda has come. And it is spreading across the world, and it will do so more powerfully in the centuries ahead. Let us imbibe these ideas, become blessed ourselves, and let our lives be a blessing to others. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Now we have come to the conclusion of the series of addresses on the inaugural program of this centenary celebrations. Our very respectful thanks to Revered Swami Gautamanji Maharaj for releasing the souvenir, and to all the respected monks who have spoken. Now we shall watch a movie, a documentary, an audiovisual presentation titled The Story of Ramakrishna Mutt and Ramakrishna Mission in Mumbai. This is a half an hour documentary. It has been prepared by Illumine Knowledge Resources, about whom Satyadevanji Maharaj spoke in the morning, V. Srinivas. The film has been developed by research and data collection from multiple sources such as reports, articles, photographs, and with the help of the Mumbai Ashram, and also with conversations with several monastics, volunteers and devotees who have been associated with the Mumbai Ashram for long, and synthesizing all these diverse activities and long history of 100 years of the Mumbai Center into this film of 30 minutes. We will now soon begin this film, and we request all of you to stay put for this, and after this we will have a music program about which we will announce later.
It is the year 1890. Two young sannyasis have been meditating for the past 7 days in silence. But they are not in a forest. They are, in fact, in the midst of the metropolis of Mumbai, and they are meditating next to the Mumba Devi temple, the deity whose name Mumbai carries. They are none other than Swami Brahmananda and Swami Subodhananda, the direct disciples of Sri Ramakrishna, on one of their many travels across India. This scene signifies the role that Ramakrishna Mutt and Mission Mumbai continues to play even today, an oasis of peace and spirituality in the financial and commercial capital of this country. This is the story of the first 100 years of Ramakrishna Mutt and Mission in Mumbai. Just 2 years after the events of the Mumba Devi temple, there came to Mumbai a man with an extraordinary destiny, then an unknown sannyasi, bursting with barely concealed power within. In 1892, Swami Vivekananda was on his journey of discovery of India. Mumbai was one more stop in this journey. During his 1892 visit, he spent nearly 2 months in Mumbai. He stayed with Barrister Chabil Das at his Nepensi Road house. He used this time to study some rare Sanskrit books available only in Mumbai. While staying at the barrister's bungalow in Borivali, he did a deep study of the Kanheri caves. The Kanheri caves, a 2000-year-old Buddhist monastery, presented a glimpse of what organized monastic life looked like in the ages past. So inspired was Swamiji by the Buddhist Chaitya Hall that he used it as one of the key elements in the design of the Universal Temple at Belur Math. On his way out from Mumbai, Swami Vivekananda had one more momentous encounter with Bal Gangadhar Tilak. The Swami went on to stay with Tilak for 8 to 10 days in Pune. Swami Vivekananda visited Mumbai a second time in 1893, en route to meet the Maharaja of Khetri. His brother disciples Swami Brahmananda and Swami Turyananda came from Karachi to meet him. During this meeting, he said to Swami Turyananda,
Hari Bhai, I'm going to America. Whatever you hear of as happening there is all for this. For this alone, everything is being arranged.
Further, he visited Mumbai a third time on the eve of his departure to the West in May 1893. It is here that he took on his now famous attire, the ochre robe and turban, and confirmed the name Swami Vivekananda, which was printed on 100 visiting cards. On May 31st, 1893, Swami Vivekananda sailed to America. Years later, in 1971, a grateful country would commemorate his historic voyage from Bombay Harbour with a grand statue at the gateway of India. Thus, Mumbai played a small but significant role in the unfolding saga of Swami Vivekananda and Sri Ramakrishna. On Swami Vivekananda's return from the West, the Ramakrishna Mutt and Ramakrishna Mission was set up with its headquarters at Belur, Howrah. During the first 25 years, 1897 to 1922, the Ramakrishna Mission steadily grew to become a nationwide, nay, a global organization. Meanwhile, in Mumbai, two direct disciples visited in quick succession, 1905 and 1906, just 3 years after the Mahasamadhi of Swami Vivekananda. Swami Ramakrishnananda came in 1905 for the birth anniversary celebrations of Sri Ramakrishna, hosted by Kalipada Ghosh. He delivered 3 lectures at this time. Swami Abhedananda visited Mumbai in 1906. A public reception was held in his honor. Both these events were held at the Framji Kawarji Hall in Mumbai. But Mumbai had to wait another 18 years to get its own centre. The time was ripe for a centre in 1923, when Swami Sarvananda of Chennai visited Mumbai. He gave a series of stirring lectures that attracted the intelligentsia of Mumbai. This led to a pull for a centre to be set up in the city. As a result, a nucleus centre was set up in a rented flat in Santa Cruz opposite the Lakshmi Narayan temple under the stewardship of Swami Vishwananda. The formal opening of the ashrama took place on Akshay Tritiya Day, the 19th of April 1923. 2 years later, it was in January 1925, Swami Shivananda, direct disciple of Sri Ramakrishna and second president of the Ramakrishna order, visited Mumbai. He not only gave a fresh spiritual impetus, but also inspired the group to create a permanent home for the ashrama. Swami Shivananda became the motive force behind the permanent centre. As a result, all-out efforts were made, and within a month, a plot of land was purchased in Khar, the current premises of the centre. In February itself, Swami Shivananda laid the foundation stone of the new ashrama building. Within a year, the temple was ready, and Swami Shivananda returned in December 1926 for the formal consecration of the temple. During the consecration, Swami Shivananda himself installed the photo of Sri Ramakrishna. During this period, he also showered his blessings on the new ashrama. In times to come, the Lord's work here will have splendid success. He is managing his work. We are simply instruments. In the first 4 years of the Mumbai Centre, nearly 700 lectures were delivered by various Swamis of the order, which built widespread awareness and support for the new ashrama. In 1932, the new temple was blessed by the presence of another direct disciple, Swami Vijnanananda. The temple got a further spiritual impetus when the relics of the Holy Mother were installed in the temple by Swami Akhandananda in 1934 on the Jagadhatri Puja day. Swami Akhandananda is another direct disciple of Sri Ramakrishna and the third president of the Ramakrishna order. Thus, the Ramakrishna movement in Mumbai has been spiritually nourished by no less than 9 direct disciples of Sri Ramakrishna. The temple, set up in 1926, continued in the same form for the next 38 years, inspiring spiritual seekers for a generation. It was only in 1965 that the Universal Temple of Sri Ramakrishna, the present imposing edifice, was consecrated by Swami Madhavananda, the 9th president of the order. When the new Universal Temple came into being, the older shrine was converted into a temple dedicated to the Holy Mother, Sri Sharada Devi. This has become a much loved aspect of the Mumbai Centre. This arrangement, set up in 1965, continues even today, while much else has changed and expanded around it. During this period, the ashrama has been led by several generations of steady and wise leaders. Thus, the sapling which was planted in 1923 has steadily grown into a mighty tree of spirituality in the city of Mumbai. In the coming sections, we will explore the dimensions of this tree. The Ramakrishna Mutt and Mission in Mumbai is built around 2 temples, the Universal Temple of Sri Ramakrishna and the Temple of Holy Mother, Sri Sharada Devi. The purpose of the temple is to create a spiritual awakening. Swami Ranganathananda describes the Universal Temple. Today you need a new type of temple which will make for a change for the better in your own character. That is what Sri Ramakrishna is going to give. He never started a new religion. He never preached any creed or dogma. He only blessed every human being. Let your spiritual consciousness be awakened. The Universal Temple is open to people from all faiths and creeds. Swami Vireshwarananda describes it. By direct experience, Sri Ramakrishna realized that all religions led to the same ultimate goal, namely God realization. That experience he put in a few words. As many religions, so many ways to God realization. Hence, Sri Ramakrishna and his temple stand for the unity of all religions. The theme of universality is carried through in the interior of the temple in Mumbai. All along the walls of the main hall are paintings of religious teachers, saints, prophets, and incarnations of the world's major religions. The temple is uniquely organized so that spiritual seekers have a place for meditation and spiritual practices and can approach the divine through prayer and worship.
मंदिर में साधन तो करना ही चाहिए, साथ साथ प्रेयर करना चाहिए। प्रार्थना करो, श्री राम कृष्ण से प्रार्थना करो, होली मदर से प्रार्थना करो। मुंबई में स्पेशली माँ का टेम्पल जो है वो यूनिक। रामकृष्ण मठ मिशन में एक सब जगह मत या कोई जगह नहीं है। हम लोग भी देखे, भक्त लोग भी कहते हैं महाराज माँ वहाँ बैठा है।
Worship within the temple goes on with clockwork regularity. Regularity of the day, regularity of seasons, regularity across decades. Festivals are an opportunity for all-round development.
इन फेस्टिवल्स में जो भक्तगण उपस्थित होते हैं उनको ज्ञान भी प्राप्त हो, भक्ति का वृद्धि हो एवं 3 कर्मयोग के द्वारा वो सेवा कर पाए। ये 3 हमारा उद्देश्य रहता है। और दूसरा है वॉलंटियर्स, सुबह 4 बजे से प्रसाद बनाना, डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन करना, सब एकदम आनंद पूर्वक करते हैं, सेवा के भाव से करते हैं। तो इन दोनों के वजह से साल भर का उत्सव या अनुष्ठान रहते हैं वो सफल पूर्वक संपन्न होते हैं।
Furthermore, there are special events for sincere spiritual seekers. Vedic chanting has been a tradition in Mumbai Mutt since the 1980s.
Om Purnamadav Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavashishyate.
Thus, in the Ramakrishna Mutt, Mumbai, we see a constant worship of the Lord in the idol and the Lord in the hearts of the devotees and spiritual seekers. Over the past 100 years, the Ramakrishna Mission has been contributing to several communities in and around Mumbai. The first area of service is to enable the urban poor with quality, affordable healthcare. Swami Vivekananda tells us,
He who sees Shiva only in the image, his worship is preliminary. He who sees Shiva in the poor, in the weak, and in the diseased really worships Shiva.
what began as a small charitable dispensary has become a multi-speciality hospital, serving over 1 lakh patients a year.
Watchmen, maid servants, auto rickshaw drivers, all such people need a place which is subsidized. Here, all our sadhus from the beginning have been trying to see how best we can serve the poor so that we give quality work and at the same time it is not burdening the patient.
When you see people going home, becoming cured, all right, then you know there is some Shakti here. There is some grace, some Kripa, which is working, and that I believe is grace of Sri Ramakrishna.
All different classes of people are treated alike.
Thakur says, you look after my patients, I look after you.
Because the mutt is over here, there are prayers going on over here, so it's really like a blessing for everyone, even for the patient as well as the staff.
बहुत अच्छा देख रेख होता है, डॉक्टर भी अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह बहुत अच्छे हैं, हमको इत्मीनान होता है.
In addition, medical outreach camps are also being carried out, taking medical services to the doorstep of those who need them. The second area of service is to enable Adivasi communities through an integrated development model. Swami Vivekananda tells us,
Your work is to serve the poor and miserable without any distinction of caste or color, and you have no need to think about the results. Your duty is to go on working, and then everything will follow of itself.
This has meant helping the community at 3 levels. At the level of physical well-being, economic well-being, and cultural well-being.
सबसे बड़ी बात है जो वहाँ पर सेवा भाव से सभी लोग डॉक्टर सब वॉलंटियर सर्विस देते हैं, उनका इतना आंतरिक भाव से करते हैं, जो पेशेंट सेवा लेते हैं वो भी संतुष्ट हो जाते हैं, जो परिचालना करते हैं वो भी संतुष्ट भाव हो जाते हैं।
A similar all-round development model is being implemented in Jawar and Vikramgarh talukas in the nearby area. The third area of service is helping the youths and children in Mumbai build self-esteem, strength, and love for the nation. Swami Vivekananda inspires us with these words.
My faith is in the younger generation, the modern generation. Out of them will come my workers. They will work out the whole problem like lions.
This has meant helping youths and children through 2 methods. By empowering them through Swami Vivekananda's life and message, and by supporting their scholastic development.
बॉम्बे में जगह नहीं है पढ़ने का, घर में तो इतना आदमी लोग रहते हैं, डिस्टर्ब होता है, तो स्टूडेंट लोग इधर आके पढ़ने के लिए, उसका अपना एग्जाम के लिए, तो इसलिए ये लाइब्रेरी बहुत कामयाब होता है सबके लिए।
The fourth area of service is enabling spiritually sensitive individuals to come in touch with elevating ideas and ideals. As Swami Vivekananda said,
My whole ambition in life is to set in motion a machinery which will bring noble ideas to the door of everybody, and then let men and women settle their own fate. We are to put the chemicals together. The crystallization will be done by nature according to her laws.
The Mumbai Center takes spiritual ideas closer to people's lives through several means.
जिन्होंने देखा है, उनके साथ बात की है, उनको कैसा लगा उनके बारे में, इसका वर्णन हर एक व्यक्ति कर रहा है। तो ये पढ़ने से हमको ऐसा लगता है कि हम श्री राम कृष्ण को देख रहे हैं।
Books and ideas are made available through a number of avenues, not only through the bookstore and library in the mud premises, but also through stalls and mobile book vans during events, and through the lectures and weekly online classes by the Swamis of the order.
The way Swamiji has put forth his ideas, the way he has put religion, its correlation to our day-to-day life, that the believer in any faith can bank upon these ideas and can fortify his spiritual life in his own desired path.
And the fifth area of service is providing humanitarian relief to those affected by natural disasters and calamities. Keeping in mind these words of Swami Vivekananda.
Come, let us give up this false fear, and having faith in the infinite compassion of God, gird our loins and enter the field of action.
Ramakrishna Mission Mumbai has a long history of providing relief, from the Gujarat flood relief in 1927 up to the Latur relief between 1993 and 97, and the COVID relief as recent as 2020. Through all these service activities and contributions, the mission silently and steadily works for the welfare of the people in and around Mumbai. In the last two sections, we explored the spiritual foundations of the Ramakrishna Mission Mumbai and the contributions and service activities being carried out. These two are tied together by Swami Vivekananda's unique philosophy of service, that each soul is potentially divine, and to serve man is the highest form of worship.
मी जी सेवा करतो ती ईश्वराची करतो, पेशंटची नाही, मनुष्याची नाही, प्रत्यक्ष देवाची, शिवाची, शिववाली जीवसेवा. आणि माझ्या जवळ जे लोक येतात ते प्रत्यक्ष भगवानच आहे. या भावनेने आपण लोकसेवा केली पाहिजे.
This philosophy of service becomes a living ideal when it is practiced and lived on a sustained basis by a community of seekers, by monastics who have not only dedicated their lives to this high ideal, but are also role models, by committed devotees, volunteers, and spiritual seekers who are making sincere attempts, and finally, by the larger group of spiritually sensitive individuals who are influenced by the Holy Trio. The multifarious activities of the Mumbai Center may be seen in the light of this philosophy of service. At the roots are the spiritual foundations. Simultaneously, there is silent service and contribution to various communities in and around Mumbai. It is tied together by the unique philosophy of service, lived by the monastics, committed seekers, and others. It is a mere 100 years since Ramakrishna Mutt and Ramakrishna Mission Mumbai began its silent contribution. The deep spiritual impact can hardly be estimated. The intellectual impact is also difficult to estimate. Perhaps it is only the visible service activities that can be somewhat measured.
स्वामी विवेकानंद हम लोग को कह के गया कि 1500 साल चलेगा, तो वो हिसाब करें तो 100 साल कुछ नहीं. ये तो अभी सुबह हो रहा है.
round of applause. To document 100 years of history in this way, where a lot of authentic records may not be available, but bringing it out from different sources, conversations, and oral traditions, as well as through books, it has been a Herculean task and it has been very well presented. Our thanks and appreciation to the whole team. Now we'll have the last part of this morning session, which is musical offering by Pandit Onkar Dadarkarji, well-known Indian classical vocalist. But before that, we would have 10 minutes break for setting up the stage. Those who want to use washroom can be back in another 10 minutes.
Battery 100%. Connected to iPhone.
शार्प आहे जास्त थोडासा बेस
अजून थोडा व्हॉल्यूम दे ना. हा आउटचा देतोय हा साऊंड. हा आउटचा देतो. हल्का सा थोड़ा कमी कर फोन तानपुरा थोड़ा सा.
आप हिंदी में बोलेंगे, हिंदी में इसको हिंदी में कर लेंगे, अरे अरे बोल इंग्लिश में, इंग्लिश में कंफर्टेबल. We now begin this music offering by Pandit Onkar Dadarkar ji, an eminent Indian classical vocalist. I request our volunteer and devotee, Sri Sharad Kilpadiji, to give an introduction to the vocalist.
Thank you, Maharaj. Jananim Sharadam Devim Ramakrishnam Jagadgurum Padapadme Tayo Shritva Pranamami Muhur. Namaskar. Continuing with the centenary celebrations, we now present a vocal recital by Pandit Omkar Dadarkar. Please give him a big hand. Music is one of the oldest forms of non-verbal communication. Swami Vivekananda once famously said, "Music is the highest art, and for those who understand it, it is the highest worship." Pandit Omkar Dadarkar is one of the leading vocalists in the country and presently attached to the ITC Sangeet Research Academy at Kolkata, where he is a junior guru. In fact, music runs in Omkarji's family, as he was initiated into the art by his parents, both renowned Marathi Natya Sangeet performers. He is the nephew of the legendary Kirana Gharana vocalist Pandita Maniktai Verma, from whom he received training, as he did from Dr. Ram Deshpande ji and Acharya Pandit Yashwant Bua Joshi ji. He has also received advanced training under the tutelage of Pandit Ulhas Kashalkar. He has received many prestigious awards from reputed music fora and has performed in several programs, musical festivals, and conferences in India and abroad. Accompanying him on the harmonium is Sri Jnaneshwar Sonavane, a disciple of Sri Sudhir Nayak ji, and accompanying him on the harmonium is, on the harmonium is Jnaneshwar Sonavane, and on the tabla is Tejovrush Joshi, a disciple of Pandit Bapu Saheb Patwardhan ji. I request Secretary Maharaj Swami Satyadevanand ji to present a bouquet to the artists. Before I forget, accompanying on the Tanpura is Sri Jayan Naidu ji, a veteran of music. He has accompanied many of well-known artists. Sri Omkar Dadarkar ji, accompanying on the harmonium on the tabla, Tejovrush Joshi ji, on the harmonium, Jnaneshwar Sonavane ji, and on the Tanpura, Sri Jayant Naidu ji. Before Omkar ji starts his vocal recital, may I please request all those in the audience to either switch off their mobiles or put them on silent mode. Thank you.
Namaskar. First of all, thank you to all dignitary members of रामकृष्ण मिशन. मुझे यहाँ पे आमंत्रित किया एक सेवा के लिए. मेरे कार्यक्रम की शुरुआत इसी समय का एक राग गौड़ सारंग से मैं कर रहा हूँ. राग गौड़ सारंग में विलंबित 3 ताल और द्रुत 1 ताल में 2 रचना पेश करता हूँ. थोड़ा सा टाइम शेड्यूल लेट चल रहा है तो थोड़ा थोड़ा करके गाऊंगा. थैंक यू. जोगे
Ah
अंत में टाइम का थोड़ा शॉर्टेज है तो एक मीराबाई का भजन है। मीराबाई जी ने बहुत सारे कृष्ण भजन लिखे, राम के ऊपर बहुत कम भजन है, तो एक ये रेयर भजन है और ये भजन कंपोज किया है विदुषी गिरिजा देवी जी ने, राग जोगिया के ऊपर आधारित। ये भजन से मैं मेरे कार्यक्रम का समापन करता हूं।
मेरो मन राम हे राम मेरो मन राम ही राम रे 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 राम नाम रस पीजे प्राणी राम नाम रस पीजे प्राणी कोटि पाप कटे कोटि का पाप कटे मेरो मन राम ही राम रे मेरो मन राम ही राम रे मेरो मन राम जन्म जन्म के खत जो पुराने जन्म जन्म के खत जो पुराने जन्म जन्म के खत जो पुराने नाम ही लेत फटे नाम ही लेत फटे मेरो मन राम ही राम रखे मेरो मन राम ही राम रखे मेरो मन राम ही राम रखे श्री राम जय 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 राम 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 ही राम मेरो मन राम ही राम रे मेरो मन राम ही राम रे मेरो मन राम ही राम अमृत भरे कनक कटोरी अमृत भरे कनक कटोरी कनक कटोरी अमृत भरे कनक कटोरी अमृत भरे पीवत कौन नटे हे पीवत कौन नटे राम ही राम रटे मेरो मन राम ही राम रटे मीरा के प्रभु गिरधर नागर मीरा के प्रभु मीरा के प्रभु मीरा के मीरा के मीरा के प्रभु मीरा के मीरा के प्रभु गिरधर नागर तन मन तारी पटे तन मन तारी पटे मेरो मन राम ही राम रटे 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 राम नाम रस पीजे प्राणी राम नाम रस पीजे.
Now is the time for lunch prasad. For all the monks, the arrangements have been made this side of the hall. Please follow this door. For all the devotees, it is on the ground floor. The program for the governor will start at 3 o'clock. So we are expected to be back by and occupy the seats by 2:30.
এবং প্রচারও হয়ে গেছে। তবে শোনা, এটা তো ক্যান্সেল করা হয়নি, এটা তো ঠিকই আছে। এটা কিন্তু ক্যান্সেল করিনি আমরা কোনো বিষয়কে বলি, বিষয়কে বলে দিচ্ছি টাইমটা। ভাই ভাই, তুমি কোথায় খাওয়া দাওয়া করেছো? আচ্ছা ভালো, তুমি এখন কোথায় আছো? আসলে আছো? আচ্ছা শোনো শোনো, जनगण की करें आजो 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 आजो
We shall soon begin the program. Honorable Governor of Maharashtra, Shri Ramesh Paisi has arrived. Revered Swami Gautamananda Ji Maharaj, Vice President Ramakrishna Math and Ramakrishna Mission have arrived. And Revered Swami Suviranand Ji Maharaj, General Secretary Ramakrishna Math and Mission have arrived. We shall begin the program with national anthem. We request everyone to rise. सभी से अनुरोध है कृपया आप खड़े हो जाइए.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तब जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे जय जय
कार्यक्रम का आरंभ हम अब स्वागत भाषण के लिए रामकृष्ण मठ मुंबई के अध्यक्ष श्रीमद स्वामी सत्यदेवान जी से अनुरोध करते हैं कि वे अपना वक्तव्य रखें.
जननीं शारदां देवीं रामकृष्णं जगद्गुरुं पादपद्मे तयो स्थित्वा प्रणमामि मुहुर्मुहुः. नमः श्रीयतिराजाय विवेकानन्दसूरये सच्चित् सुखस्वरूपाय स्वामिने तापहारिणे. श्री श्री ठाकुर श्री रामकृष्ण श्री श्री माँ शारदा देवी और श्री श्री Swamiji Maharaj have already showering their compassion upon us. Because of their blessings, we have already commenced our inaugural program. We wholeheartedly welcome our most honorable chief guest of today's program, Sri Ramesh Paisi, most honorable governor of the state of Maharashtra, in this program. He has been very kind to have accepted our invitation despite his hectic schedule. Sir, we are fortunate to have you in our inaugural program of the centenary celebrations. We welcome you today with gratitude and hope that you will continue to grace Ramakrishna Mission Mumbai's program in future as well. We welcome with our sincere pranams Most Revered Swami Gautamananji Maharaj, Vice President Ramakrishna Math and Ramakrishna Mission, Belur Math. In today's program, Most Revered Maharaj Ji is one of the most senior Swamijis of our order. Today, we are fortunate to have him who has kindly consented to be with us and bless us in our program in spite of his busy schedule. Maharaj, we convey our sincere pranams at your lotus feet. We welcome our pranams and gratitude, Revered Swami Subirananji Maharaj, General Secretary, Ramakrishna Math and Ramakrishna Mission, Belur Math. In our program, Revered Maharaj has been kindly accepted our invitation to come in the program despite his other preoccupations and schedules. Revered Maharaj, our sincere pranams to you. We welcome all the monks who have come here from our various other centers in India and abroad. You are here to make this program successful. My respectful pranams to all the senior Swamijis and my love and gratitude to all my contemporary and junior Swamis. Finally, I am welcoming each one of you who is sitting in the audience in this hall or in front of our live stream program to have joined us and make the program successful. My sincere thanks to all of you. Without you, our program would have been incomplete. May Sisi Thakur, Sisi Ma and Swamiji bless us all. Thank you so much.
We now request Revered Swami Satyadevanji Maharaj and Revered Swami Sarvalokanji Maharaj to kindly welcome the chief guest and Revered Vice President Maharaj by presenting bouquet and shawl. To Revered Vice President Maharaj, Revered Swami Gautamanji Maharaj. To Revered General Secretary Maharaj, Revered Swami Subiranji Maharaj. We request Swami Kalyanatmanji to present a bouquet to Revered Satyadevanji Maharaj. And Swami Divyeshananji to present a bouquet to Swami Sarvalokanji Maharaj. Now we request the General Secretary of Ramakrishna Math and Ramakrishna Mission Belur Math, Revered Swami Subiranji Maharaj, to address the gathering.
नमः श्री यतिराजाय विवेकानंद सूरये Satchit Sukha Sarupayo Swamine Tapoharine. Honorable Governor of Maharashtra, Sri Ramesh Baisji, the chief guest of today's proceedings here this lovely afternoon. Revered Swami Gautamanandaji Maharaj, our senior vice president, the senior-most vice president of our order, the global twin organization of Ramakrishna Mission and Ramakrishna Math, and also the Adhyaksha of Ramakrishna Math Chennai, Swami Satyadevanandaji, Secretary of Ramakrishna Mission, and also Adhyaksha of Ramakrishna Math Mumbai, Sri S.M. Datta, President of the Managing Committee of this great and esteemed institution, Swami Sarvalokanandaji, the former head of Ramakrishna Mission and Ramakrishna Math Mumbai. Also, our very, very respected monks, beloved brahmacharis, distinguished guests, devotees, admirers of the Ramakrishna Math and Ramakrishna Mission, others present here on this historic occasion. This year marks the 125 years of Ramakrishna Mission and centenary of Ramakrishna Math and Ramakrishna Mission Khar, Mumbai. It is heartening to note that Government of India on its own, I repeat, the Government of India on its own have come forward to support the observance of 125 years of Ramakrishna Mission in a befitting manner. Because the Government of India strongly feels that Ramakrishna Mission is success. It is a story of success, a saga of success. Its global service, its gospel of global service, and also saga of dedication is a model by itself. And they feel, as a matter of fact, our Honorable Prime Minister has said that 125 years of Ramakrishna Mission is a milestone in the history of modern India. At the outset, we must salute our beloved Swamiji Maharaj. Like a young Napoleon of Vedanta, Vivekananda stood on both the sides of the Atlantic. Like a young Shankara, he radiated the power and bliss of self-knowledge. With Mira's devotion and Beethoven's exuberance, he charmed, he sang paeans of praise to all saints and seers, the sages, to all gods and prophets. Like a young prince, he charmed and elevated whoever came to him. Like a young Buddha, he could and did enter into the highest transcendence of Nirvana, the Nirvikalpa Samadhi, either at Camp Parsi or London, in the very presence of his listeners. Like a young Christ, he lay stressed on the pyre that he himself lit for himself after a life of superhuman struggle for the good of humanity. Bahujana Sukhaya, Bahujana Hitaya. Like a young Shiva, he entered his habitual realm of transcendence after drinking the poison of human suffering. This is the finale of Vivekananda's life. He remains and will remain an eternal symbol, eternal symbol of purity, service, and renunciation in the fullness of divinity and perfection. His gospel of a new religion, a new man, and a new scripture is being preached through his dream mission, which is known today as Ramakrishna Mission, named after his dear and revered Guru, Sri Ramakrishna. Swamiji says to Mrs. Leon, his American host, I quote, "You know, I have had one of the greatest temptations of my life here. It is organization," unquote. But he was in a dilemma. To be or not to be was the question. To organize or not to organize. And at last he decided in favor of an organization. He said, "If I organize, the spirit will diminish. If I do not, the message will not spread." And ultimately, he decided in favor of an organization. He said, that is how 125 years ago, 125 years ago from now, 1st May in 1897, the monumental arch of Renaissance Vedanta, or should we say, the practical Vedanta, which was inaugurated on 1st May 1897. And that is Ramakrishna Mission. Ramakrishna Math was already done, as all of you know. A huge torch was lit. A huge torch was lit on 1st May 1897 in the then Calcutta, now Kolkata. This is how May 1st, 1897, his dream, his master's vision, his master's mission saw the light of the day. A new organization was born. It was the Ramakrishna Mission with its motto, Atmano Mokshartham Jagad Dhitayocha, for one's own liberation and for the good of the world and the humanity. With his prophetic vision, Swami Vivekananda saw the mission based on the deep spiritual foundation of purity, sacrifice, service, universality, and, non-sectarian approach. Which he saw that through this Ramakrishna Mission, this great organization will be led and will deliver good through the vicissitudes of history and emerge as a model for others to imitate. 100 years later, the Ramakrishna Mission gets world attention. The UNESCO director, Dr. Federico Mayor, in his inaugural speech delivered in Paris on the centenary celebration of Vivekananda's appearance in the Chicago Parliament of Religion in 1893, said, I quote, "I was struck by the similarity of the articles of the Constitution of the Ramakrishna Mission, which Vivekananda established in 1897, with those of UNESCO. And from the fire he lit for himself and for the good of humanity. Bahujana Sukhaya, Bahujana Hitaya, as I have said. Wings of the fire spread across the entire world, and spark from fire also fell on Mumbai in 1923. And that spark has developed into a ball of fire during last 100 years. Swami Vivekananda blessed the city of Bombay thrice. First, in the last week of July 1892, just on the eve of his leaving for the West, when he stayed as a guest of Sri Ramdas Chabildas, a barrister in Diden, Bombay. Second, back from his eventful trip to Kanyakumari, he was in Bombay for a short while before he embarked on the 31st May 1893 to attend the historic Parliament of Religions at Chicago, emerging a new person, a new sage, a new saint, a new messenger, a new prophet, a new leader of the people named Vivekananda. A new Vivekananda emerged. And then we find, after his second trip to the West in 1899 to 1900, he arrived in Bombay on 6th and 7th of December 1900, spending a very, very short time on the platform of Victoria Terminus railway station incognito. In his western dress, he boarded the train to Calcutta. Amongst the 16 apostles of Sri Ramakrishna, Bombay also had the privilege of being blessed by the visits of most of them: Swami Brahmananda, Swami Subodhananda, Swami Turiyananda, Swami Abhedananda, Swami Trigunatitananda, Swami Niranjanananda, Swami Sarodananda, Swami Ramakrishnananda, Swami Shivananda, Swami Vijnanananda, and last but not least, Swami Akhandananda. All of them sanctified Bombay with the dust of their feet, more so the ashram that we find today. On 19th of April 1923, Akshaya Tritiya, the opening ceremony of the Bombay Center took place in the rented house amidst scenes of great joy. Swami Vishwananda was placed in charge of the ashram. A year later, in May 1924, the ashram shifted to another rented house on Ghorbandar Road, now Swami Vivekananda Road. The charitable dispensary was started at this time. Swami Shivanandaji, the second president of the Ramakrishna Modern Ramakrishna Mission, laid the foundation stone of the present premises in Khar on 6th of February 1925. And he was again present to inaugurate the new ashram building with his shrine on the first floor, which is now known as Holy Mother's Temple, on 26th of December 1926. He also laid the foundation stone for the library building, where the newly constructed office cum book sale building stands at present. And the charitable dispensary building, which has since been demolished, and a garden stands in its place now. North of the office building, and a free primary school which was started in June 1926. Swami Vijnanananda, later the fourth president of the Ramakrishna order, visited the ashrama in 1932, and Swami Akhandananda, the third president of the Ramakrishna order, in November 1934. Swami Akhandananda consecrated the relics of Holy Mother in the shrine on the first floor on Jagadhatri Puja of 1934. With this humble beginning, the Mumbai ashrama has now grown into a mighty banyan, giving shelter and solace to thousands of aspirants by quenching their spiritual thirst. Mumbai ashrama now has a 70-bedded hospital, a dispensary, a public library, a coaching center, a rural development unit at Sakwar, which is very soon going to be an independent branch center directly under the headquarters, Belur Mall. And then, of course, the ashrama conducts regular spiritual retreats for devotees, cultural competitions for students, youth conventions, and workshops on values education for teachers. I remember some 6 to 7 years back, if my memory serves me right. Well, the then health minister of the government of Maharashtra, having said in a public meeting at Khar, held in the premises of our ashrama, that the Ramakrishna Mission's hospital is the best of its kind in Mumbai, who keep their doors open for the marginalized section of the society. Before I wrap up, I express my gratitude to Swami Satyadevananda Ji for having given me the excellent opportunity this afternoon to take part in the centenary celebration of our ashrama in Mumbai. We are extremely beholden to His Excellency, the Governor of Maharashtra, for making it here today, this lovely afternoon. On this auspicious occasion, I invoke the blessings of the spiritual trio, Bhagavan Sri Ramakrishna Paramahansadev, Holy Mother Sarada Devi, my mother, your mother, the mother of the universe, the Divine Mother, and our leader, the general of the militia to which I am a humble soldier, Swami Vivekananda. May their choicest blessings profusely shower on all of us present here today. Sarve Sukhino Bhavantu, Sarve Santu Niramayaha, Sarve Bhadrani Pashyantu, Ma Kaschit Dukhamapnuat. Let all be happy, let all be free from ailments, let all be blessed with the vision of truth, beauty, and goodness. Let misery touch none. In fine, I remind ourselves, me and you, our brother monks, brahmacharis, the devotees, Sanghang Saranang Gacchami, Dharmang Saranang Gacchami, Ramakrishnang Saranang Gacchami. All the best to all of you. Thank you so very much. For taking leave of you, I offer my pranams to our very revered Swami Gautamananda Ji Maharaj, the senior most president of our order, and also my best regards for His Excellency, and my very warm greetings for all of you present here. Thank you so very much.
We now request Shraddheya Swami Gautamanji Maharaj to give his benedictory address. श्रद्धेय स्वामी गौतमान जी महाराज अपना आशीर्वचन हम सबको देंगे.
ॐ स्थापकाय च धर्मस्य सर्वधर्मस्वरूपिणे अवतारवरिष्ठाय रामकृष्णाय ते नमः. My very dear and respected Honorable Governor of Maharashtra, Sri Ramesh Bhai, Swami Suvirananda Ji, General Secretary of the Ramakrishna Mutt Mission, Swami Satyadevananda Ji, President of the Bombay Ramakrishna Mutt Mission, Swami Sarvalokananda Ji, the ex-president here, now present president of our Narendrapur Center in West Bengal, other respected monastic brothers and monastic sisters, and very dear devotees. It's a pleasure to be participating in this 100th year celebration of the Ramakrishna Mutt Mission, Bombay, Mumbai. I was an assistant in the center in 1968 to 76, about 7.5 years. The funny thing was, the first president of this Mumbai Center, as was referred to by our General Secretary, was Swami Vishwanandaji. Later on he went away to America. There he did the spreading of Vedanta very successfully. He was the first president here. When I came here, people used to tell me, "Sir, you look exactly like Vishwanandaji." I don't know what made them say like that. I had never met Vishwanandaji. Perhaps he used to say he was a plumpy. I was also plumpy. He used to mix with people very easily. So you also mix with people easily. That memory remains with me. I am very happy to be here. Now I am turning 95 years. So after almost I feel as if I have become young by another 50 years by coming and seeing the tremendous growth of this center. I was this Bombay Center, as the General Secretary Maharaj has told you already, was started in 1923, and 3 presidents of our order have visited this one, Swami Akhandanandji, Vijnananandji, and Swami Shivanandji. The Shivanandji's time, there was an incident which everyone, the old devotees know it. There was a servant boy in his ashram. He used to serve Swami Shivanandji very, very sincerely. Swami Shivanandji stayed here perhaps for a few months. Then he left. And that gentleman, that young boy of 18, 19, he was called Ram Nayak. And he blessed Ram Nayak. You have served me very well. You will progress very well in your life. Perhaps something like that. He blessed, and Swami Shivanandji left. Immediately after that, this young man started thinking, I have been serving here as a servant for so many years. Why not I try to start my own business? So he started with a tea shop. It was very successful. Then he went and started a small hotel. That was very successful. Then he started a big hotel at King Circle. Today also you can see Mysore Cafe at King Circle. That was Ram Nayak's. It was successful. He brought all his devotees there. Then one after another, all over Bombay, 10 hotels he started. All were successful. So I always think about this, the greatness of these Swamis, of this order. One blessing, this man became almost a Lakshpati. Similarly, Swami Vivekananda always to exhort us. I don't want to tell anything very new. 1 or 2 incidents I tell, I'm supposed to speak only a few minutes. Swami Vivekananda always used to say that you must serve everyone, thinking that God is there in them. There is no, it is not the human being you are serving. You are serving God in every human being. Shiva Jnane Jiva Seva. He set an example himself. We read in the history of the Belur Mutt, in the last days of Swami Vivekananda, lot of Santal laborers used to work on our fields there, in building the houses and then embankment, etc. Very poor. So Swami Vivekananda once said, so we will feed these Santal people with rich food on one day. So he called the leader of the Santal and then said, you see, I want to feed you. What best things can you want? I will feed you on that day. You let me know. He said, no, we don't eat anything from your hand. We are all Santals. We don't eat from any other's hand. He said, what? Why don't you eat? No, you are all from different castes, so we don't eat from other castes. You see, Santals refusing this worldwide leader, Swami Vivekananda. Swamiji said, whatever is your condition, you just tell, I will obey that condition, but I want to feed you. See the humility. Then they said, all right, you can prepare all these items, but don't add salt into it. Then we can take. All right, that will be done. Swamiji got everything prepared, obeyed the orders of the Santal, fed them all. When they were eating, he was shedding tears. and called the other brahmacharis and told, look, I see Narayana himself eating here. Can you not sacrifice everything that you have? Sacrifice your studies, everything, and serve such people who are the real Narayanas. You must go to serve these poor people. That should be your ideal of your life. This is how Swamiji installed this seva of Narayana in man. तो ऐसे एक नर सेवा में नारायण सेवा है. हर एक आदमी के अंदर, हर एक व्यक्ति के अंदर परमात्मा ही प्रेजेंट है. परमात्मा की सेवा करता हुआ सोच लो तो वही एक आध्यात्मिक साधना हो जाती है. स्वामी विवेकानंद जी के उनके आशीर्वाद से ऐसे सेंटर, हमारे मुंबई सेंटर के जैसे अब भारत के अंदर 200 सेंटर हैं, भारत के बाहर में भी 50-60 सेंटर के ज़्यादा हैं. हर जगह में ऐसे ही तो सेवा होती है. सेवा होती है शिवज्ञानी जीव सेवा. मनुष्य की सेवा नहीं है, मनुष्य के अंदर की भगवान की सेवा है. इसी को बार बार स्वामी विवेकानंद कहते थे. तो आत्मनो मोक्षार्थम जगद्धिताय च. हम हर एक व्यक्ति मनुष्य के रूप में आए हैं. हम हमारे सामने ये दो ध्येयों का, दो लक्ष्यों का हमारे सामने रखना है. नंबर 1 है अपने मुक्ति के लिए चेष्टा करनी चाहिए. ये हर एक हिंदू का धर्म है. फिर साथ ही साथ स्वामी विवेकानंद ने कहा जगद्धिताय च. जगत के भलाई के लिए तुमको श्रम करना पड़ता है. तुम अपने के लिए तो स्वार्थ के लिए, मोक्ष के साधना के लिए सब जो करना है करो. साथ साथ ही सब लोगों के लिए भी, उनके नीचे के जो आर्थिक संकट है उससे उनको मुक्त करना, उनके विद्या विहीन हैं, उन निरक्षरते हैं, उससे उनको ऊपर उठाना. आखिर में जब तक वे भी आत्मज्ञान के लिए तैयार हो जाते हैं तब उनको वेदांत का उपदेश देना. इसी को उन्होंने कहा था आत्मनो मोक्षार्थम जगद्धिताय च. इसी लक्ष्य पर चलते हुए ये सुंदर सेंटर, बॉम्बे का सेंटर, ये 100 साल बिताया है. इसलिए मैं सब लोगों को मेरा धन्यवाद और आशीर्वाद बताता हूँ. यहाँ के सब भक्तों को आशीर्वाद और धन्यवाद बताता हूँ. और इस अपॉर्चुनिटी, इस संदर्भ को, इस संदर्भ में जो मुझे दिया, इसके लिए स्वामी सत्यदेवानंद जी के प्रति मेरी आभारिता प्रकट करते हुए मेरे शब्दों को विश्राम देता हूँ. जय राम कृष्ण. ओम शांति शांति शांति.
Now we request today's chief guest, Honorable Governor of Maharashtra, Shri Ramesh Bais ji, to deliver his address.
रामकृष्ण मठ और रामकृष्ण मिशन मुंबई शाखा के शताब्दी समारोह का उद्घाटन के अवसर पर परम श्रद्धेय स्वामी गौतमानंद जी महाराज, उपाध्यक्ष रामकृष्ण मठ और रामकृष्ण मिशन बेलूर मठ, श्रद्धेय स्वामी शिविरानंद जी महाराज, महासचिव बेलूर मठ, स्वामी सत्यदेवानंद जी महाराज, अध्यक्ष रामकृष्ण मिशन मुंबई, स्वामी मुक्तिदानंद जी महाराज, ट्रस्टी रामकृष्ण मिशन बेलूर मठ और अध्यक्ष रामकृष्ण मिशन मैसूर, स्वामी सर्वलोकानंद जी महाराज, अध्यक्ष रामकृष्ण मठ व मिशन नई दिल्ली, श्री राकेश पुरी, प्रबंध समिति सदस्य रामकृष्ण मिशन मुंबई, रामकृष्ण मठ और मिशन के सभी श्रद्धेय स्वामी जी, सेवा भाई, स्वयंसेवक, विभिन्न धर्मों के प्रतिनिधि, भाइयों और बहनों, सबसे पहले स्वामी रामकृष्ण परमहंस, माँ शारदा और स्वामी विवेकानंद जी के पावन चरणों में सत सत नमन करता हूँ। स्वामी विवेकानंद जी द्वारा स्थापित रामकृष्ण मिशन मुंबई शाखा के शताब्दी समारोह में उपस्थित होने पर हमें अवसर दिया, इसलिए परमात्मा ईश्वर को वंदन करता हूँ। आप सभी को इस ऐतिहासिक समारोह के साथ जुड़ने के लिए बधाई देता हूँ। आज के समारोह के लिए खास बेलूर मठ, चेन्नई, दिल्ली, मैसूरी और तथा अन्य रामकृष्ण मिशन शाखाओं से आए सभी श्रद्धेय स्वामी जी का स्वागत करता हूँ तथा उन्हें प्रणाम करता हूँ। दुनिया में कई आध्यात्मिक और सेवा संगठन हैं जो ईश्वरीय संदेश के प्रचार के लिए समर्पित हैं, लेकिन रामकृष्ण मठ और मिशन एक अनूठा संगठन है जिसने आध्यात्मिक विचार और मानवता के निस्वार्थ सेवा के बीच एक सही संतुलन बनाया है। आज भारत में रामकृष्ण मिशन की 350 शाखाएं और देश के बाहर 125 शाखाएं हैं। रामकृष्ण मिशन यह सही मायने में स्वामी विवेकानंद का पूरे विश्व के लिए सबसे बड़ा उपहार है, ऐसा मैं मानता हूँ। आत्मनो मोक्षार्थम जगत हिताय च, यह रामकृष्ण मठ और रामकृष्ण मिशन का मार्गदर्शक सिद्धांत रहा है। इस आदर्श के अनुरूप रामकृष्ण मिशन आध्यात्मिक शिक्षा के साथ सामान्य शिक्षा, स्वास्थ्य, गरीबों, जरूरतमंदों और आदिवासियों के कल्याण जैसे विभिन्न क्षेत्रों में सामुदायिक सेवा में लगा हुआ है। विगत 1000 वर्षों में रामकृष्ण मिशन मुंबई 250 से अधिक राहत कार्यों में उल्लेखनीय योगदान दिया है। रामकृष्ण मिशन में दुर्गा पूजा, नवरात्रि और दीपावली तो मनाते हैं। खास बात यह है कि यहाँ क्रिसमस, महावीर जयंती और बुद्ध पूर्णिमा भी मनाई जाती है। सचमुच रामकृष्ण मिशन इस धर्मनिरपेक्षता की जीती जागती मिसाल है। मुंबई का रामकृष्ण मिशन चैरिटेबल हॉस्पिटल अनेक वर्षों से हजारों लोगों को अपने ओपीडी के माध्यम से अत्याधुनिक स्वास्थ्य सेवा मुहैया करा रहा है। यहाँ पर डेंटल केयर, नेत्र चिकित्सा, नी रिप्लेसमेंट, फिजियोथेरेपी आदि अनेक विकारों के लिए पेशेंट्स आते हैं। अनेक डॉक्टर्स सेवा भाव से अपनी सेवाएं प्रदान करते हैं, जो अत्यंत सराहनीय है। मुझे ज्ञात है कि मुंबई से 100 किलोमीटर दूरी पर साकवार है। इस आदिवासी क्षेत्र में मुंबई रामकृष्ण मिशन द्वारा विगत 51 वर्षों से रूरल हेल्थ एंड वेलफेयर सेंटर चलाया जा रहा है। साकवार में आदिवासी महन भाइयों को शिक्षा व स्वास्थ्य सेवाएं दी जाती है। वैसे ही युवाओं को कौशल प्रशिक्षण देकर आत्मनिर्भर बनाया जाता है, जो बहुत ही सराहनीय बात है। लगभग 100 आदिवासी बच्चों के रहने तथा भोजन की भी वहाँ व्यवस्था हो रही है। यह जानकर प्रसन्नता हुई। किसानों को अच्छे बीज दिए जाते हैं, बोरवेल द्वारा पानी दिया जाता है, कुष्ठ रोगियों की भी देखभाल की जाती है। इतना सुंदर कार्य खड़ा करने के लिए रामकृष्ण मिशन मुंबई अभिनंदन के पात्र है। बहनों और भाइयों, स्वामी विवेकानंद का आगमन भगवत गीता में भगवान श्री कृष्ण के दिव्य शब्दों की याद दिलाता है। यदा यदा हि धर्मस्य ग्लानिर्भवति भारत, अभ्युत्थानम धर्मस्य तथात्मनम सृजाम्यहम्। स्वामी जी के जीवन और कार्यों पर एक नज़र डालने से यह विश्वास हो जाता है कि उनका जन्म धर्म को पुनर्जीवित करने और विश्व को भारतीय सभ्यता की महिमा बताने के लिए हुआ था। जब स्वामी विवेकानंद राष्ट्रीय पटल पर आए, तब लंबे समय तक चल रहे विदेशी आधिपत्य के कारण भारत में अपना राजनीतिक और आर्थिक प्रभाव खो दिया था। अपनी पहचान और अपने गौरवशाली सांस्कृतिक विरासत को भी देश भूल चुका था। गरीबी, भूख, अभाव, बीमारी, अज्ञानता और अंधविश्वास में लोग डूबे थे। मुंबई के इसी भूमि से स्वामी विवेकानंद विश्व धर्म संसद में भाग लेने के लिए शिकागो रवाना हुए हैं। शिकागो में स्वामी जी के भाषण का प्रभाव इतना महान था कि इसने पश्चिमी दुनिया का भारत की ओर देखने का नजरिया बदल दिया। उससे भी महत्वपूर्ण बात यह है कि भारत के लोगों की अपने खुद के देश के प्रति धारणा बदल गई। भाइयों और बहनों, स्वामी जी ने कहा कि वे ऐसे ईश्वर या धर्म में विश्वास नहीं करते जो विधवा के आंसू नहीं पोंछ सकता, या अनाथ के मुंह में रोटी का टुकड़ा नहीं ला सकता। पहले रोटी फिर धर्म को उन्होंने प्राथमिकता दी। आज विश्व एक बड़े जनसांख्यिकी संक्रमण के दौर से गुजर रहा है। भारत दुनिया का सबसे युवा देश बनकर उभरा है। संयुक्त राष्ट्र जनसंख्या कोष रिपोर्ट के अनुसार अगले 2 महीनों में भारत की जनसंख्या चीन से अधिक हो जाएगी। भारत विश्व का एकमात्र देश है जहां 46.9% लोग 25 साल से कम उम्र के हैं। 68% लोग 15 और 68 वर्ष के बीच में होंगे। दूसरी ओर जापान, जर्मनी, इटली, फ्रांस, रोमानिया, पुर्तगाल जैसे दुनिया के कई देश वृद्ध हो रहे हैं। ये सभी देश युवा और कुशल मानव संसाधनों की अपनी आवश्यकताओं के आपूर्ति के लिए भारत की ओर देख रहे हैं। अभी मेरे पास जर्मन का कॉन्सुलेट जनरल आए थे मिलने। उन्होंने कहा कि जर्मन में काम करने वालों की कमी है। हम चाहेंगे कि भारत हमको छोटे छोटे जो हम सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप के माध्यम से आत्मनिर्भर भारत की कल्पना करते हैं और आत्मनिर्भर भारत बनने के लिए छोटे छोटे जो हम उनको सिखाते हैं, चाहे वो प्लम्बर हो, मेसन हो, कारपेंटर हो, ऐसे हमको युवाओं के ऐसे हाथों की ज़रूरत है। और वो भारत के साथ एमओयू करने तैयार हैं कि भारत हमको ऐसे मानव संसाधन हमको उपलब्ध कराए। ऐसे जर्मनी जैसे देश जो दुनिया का पहले कभी शक्तिशाली राष्ट्र हुआ करता था। मुझे याद है कि जब हम स्कूल में पढ़ते थे, देश स्वतंत्र होने के बाद हमारे देश में प्रोडक्शन नहीं होता था कोई चीज़ का। मुझे याद है कि मैं जब होल्डर में लिखने के लिए जब मैं स्याही के दवात में डुबाता था तो उसमें लिखा रहता था मेड इन जर्मनी। ऐसे जर्मनी आज भारत की ओर देख रहा है। हमारे लिए सबसे बड़ा अवसर और चुनौती भी है। CII की एक रिपोर्ट में कहा गया है कि भारत की DGP मौजूदा $3 ट्रिलियन से 2030 तक $9 ट्रिलियन बढ़ सकती है और 2047 तक $40 ट्रिलियन तक बढ़ सकती है। लेकिन इसके लिए हमें काफ़ी कामकाजी उम्र के हर युवक को कौशल प्रशिक्षण देकर उपयुक्त मानव संसाधन में तब्दील करना होगा। हाल ही में एक जर्मन राजनीतिक ने वही बताया जो मैंने बोला था। कौशल शिक्षा पर हम लक्ष्य केंद्रित करते हैं तो हम निश्चित ही स्वामी विवेकानंद का सपना साकार कर सकते हैं। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने स्किल, रिस्किल और अप स्किल का मंत्र दिया। एक किसान का बेटा होने के नाते मैं हमेशा कहता हूं कि भारत का कल्चर एग्रीकल्चर है, लेकिन भारत का DNA आध्यात्म और नैतिकता है। मैं आपको बताना चाहूँगा कि मैं वैसे भूमि से आता हूँ जहाँ पर स्वामी आत्मानंद जी ने जन्म लिया। और एक कहूँ कि स्वामी आत्मानंद जी हमारे दूर के रिलेशन में भी थे। मैं बचपन से विवेकानंद आश्रम से जुड़ा हुआ। मैं जब 10वीं पढ़ता था तब से मैं विवेकानंद आश्रम रायपुर जाता था और एक विवेक ज्योति का मेरे पर विशाल भंडार हो गया है। मेरा छोटा भाई नारायणपुर में हमारा जो आश्रम है, जो कृषि विभाग है उसका प्रमुख है, वो पूरा के पूरा वो संभाल रहे हैं। इस वर्ष से नई राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति का क्रियान्वयन होने जा रहा है। शिक्षा नीति मूल्य निर्धारित शिक्षा पर जोर देनी है। सरकार और विश्वविद्यालय युवाओं को शिक्षा और कौशल के साथ सशक्त बनाने के लिए काम कर रही है। रामकृष्ण मिशन जैसे संगठनों को युवाओं का चरित्र निर्माण और उनमें राष्ट्र भावना पैदा करने के लिए काम करना चाहिए। कुलाधिपति होने के नाते मैं विश्वविद्यालयों और विश्व शिक्षा संस्थानों को रामकृष्ण मिशन के साथ कार्य करने का आह्वान करता हूं। एक पिता और दादा के रूप में मुझे चिंता है कि युवा पीढ़ी मोबाइल फोन और ऑनलाइन एक्टिविटीज में बहुत समय गंवा रहे हैं। मुझे लगता है कि एडवेंचर, बाहरी यात्राएं, खेलकूद, ऐतिहासिक और विरासत स्थलों की यात्रा, दिव्यांग बच्चों के साथ इंटरेक्शन और धर्मों के पूजा स्थलों का दौरा स्कूल की गतिविधियों का हिस्सा होना चाहिए। तभी हम उदार और व्यापक विचारों वाली पीढ़ी का निर्माण कर पाएंगे। स्वामी विवेकानंद के विचारों को अपनाकर अनेक समस्याओं का समाधान किया जा सकता है। मैं रामकृष्ण मिशन को शताब्दी वर्ष के दौरान स्वामी विवेकानंद के विचारों को अधिक से अधिक फैलाने का आह्वान करता हूं। एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत के लक्ष्य को प्राप्त करना हमारा लक्ष्य होना चाहिए, जो स्वामी विवेकानंद जी के संदेश का सार था। मैं आपको यही भी बताना चाहूँगा कि जब विवेकानंद शिला स्मारक का निर्माण का कार्य प्रारंभ होना था, मैं एकनाथ रांडे जी के साथ काफ़ी दौरा किया और उस समय एक एक रुपए का जो फोल्डर बना था, 1 रुपए का कार्ड बना था, हम उसको गाँव में जब साप्ताहिक बाजार लगता था या कोई मेला लगता था, वहाँ पर स्टॉल लगाकर हम बेचा करते थे और एक एक रुपए हम इकट्ठा करके विवेकानंद शिला स्मारक के लिए बेचते थे। मुझे सौभाग्य मिला था कि एकनाथ रांडे जी के साथ मुझे दौरा करने का, और मुझे बताते हुए खुशी है कि एकनाथ रांडे जी उस समय हमारे किसी के पास कारें नहीं होती थी, तो हमने 1964 में परम पूज्य गुरु जी गोलवलकर जी जब वहाँ पर आते थे उसके लिए दौरा के लिए, मेरे बड़े भाई 1964 में कार खरीदे थे और उसी कार में एकनाथ रांडे जी को मैं खुद ड्राइव करके ले जाता था। पुनः एक बार मैं रामकृष्ण मिशन मुंबई को शताब्दी के अवसर पर हार्दिक बधाई देता हूं और भविष्य के प्रयासों में मिशन की सफलता की कामना करता हूं। जय हिंद, जय महाराष्ट्र।
इस अत्यंत ही प्रेरणादायक और ओजस्वी पूर्वक भाषण से हम ऑनरेबल गवर्नर जी को ये भी कहना चाहेंगे कि परम पूज्य स्वामी गौतमान जी महाराज नारायणपुर के सेक्रेटरी थे 25 साल पहले। धन्यवाद ज्ञापन के लिए रायपुर के भी सेक्रेटरी थे हमारे। धन्यवाद ज्ञापन के लिए राकेश पुरी जी से, जो हमारी मैनेजिंग कमेटी के मेंबर हैं, उनसे अनुरोध करते हैं कृपया आप डाइस पे आए।
Honorable Governor Shri Ramesh Vyasji, Most Revered Swami Gautmanandaji Maharaj, Revered Swami Suviranandaji Maharaj, Respected Swami Satyadevanandaji Maharaj, Respected Swami Sarvalokanandaji Maharaj, respected monks on the other side, respected devotees and admirers of Sri Ramakrishna, ladies and gentlemen. I feel honored and privileged to get this opportunity to propose a hearty vote of thanks on this special occasion of centenary celebration of Ramakrishna Mutt and Ramakrishna Mission, Mumbai. This is just the start of celebrations that will go on for 1 year with various programs and service projects. 100 years of service with spirituality to Mumbai and Maharashtra is definitely a defining and momentous occasion. It calls for celebrations, introspection, and plans for further expansion of the great work. Let me recall what Swami Shivanandaji said when he came first in 1925. He said, through this center, splendid work will be done by Sri Ramakrishna, making all of us as the instrument. And how truly his words are coming true. As Maharaj said, they are the disciples of Sri Ramakrishna. Their words will always be fulfilled. And I feel honored to share this thought, which I have been trying to find out from various sources. And in the morning, I got this quote. Again, I say, this center will, Sri Ramakrishna will do a splendid work through this center, making all of us as his instruments. We are indeed extremely happy and grateful to the chief guest, Honorable Governor of Maharashtra, Shri Ramesh Vyasji. As he has said in his speech, he is not a stranger to us. The roots go back to Raipur, where Swami Atmanandaji and others and Ramakrishna Mutt and Mission have done this splendid work, splendid work. So we are thankful to you, sir, for your wonderful speech. And in fact, it didn't look like a speech. It looked like as if you are addressing us as a member of the family. Thank you so much, sir. Our special thanks and gratitude to you, sir, for making it to this function despite your heavy commitments. And we look forward to see you more often. Thank you, sir. We are truly blessed with the presence of Most Revered Swami Gautmanandaji Maharaj, worldwide Vice President of Ramakrishna Mutt and Ramakrishna Mission. His very presence is inspiring, uplifting to our mind, and he is radiating love, purity, and joy to all of us. We are truly grateful to you, Maharaj, for your benediction address, and we express our heartful gratitude and Sastanga Pranams on behalf of all of us. We are also thankful to revered Swami Suviranandaji Maharaj, General Secretary, Ramakrishna Mutt and Mission. He gave us the details of the 100 years journey of Ramakrishna Mutt and Mission and how Swami Vivekananda chose Mumbai to embark on his world mission. He went from here on 31st May 1893. So Mumbai has been contributor for the growth and development of India, and the growth and development of the world will come through Ramakrishna Mission and Ramakrishna Mutt. Maharaj, in your inspiring address, you have expressed so many facts about visit of direct disciples of Sri Ramakrishna, 3 presidents of Ramakrishna Mutt and Ramakrishna Mission. We are indeed grateful to you and express our sincere thanks and pranams. An event of this dimension cannot happen overnight. The wheels start rolling months in advance. We have been fortunate enough to be guided by Swami Satyadevananda Ji Maharaj, who is the Adhyaksha and Secretary of Ramakrishna Mutt and Ramakrishna Mission Mumbai. He, along with his motivated and dedicated brother monks, devotees and volunteers, have put in immense efforts for more than 7 months to make this inaugural celebration possible in a grand and befitting manner. We are thankful to them all. A very big round of applause from Swami Satyadevananda Ji and his team. Our sincere thanks and gratitude to revered and respected Swamijis, who are around 200, who have come from all over India, and some have come from abroad. Their participation is inspiring, and in fact, it is a joy and blessing for all of us to see them together and have their darshan. We heartily thank each and every one of them and offer our respectful salutations. And finally, I would like to thank all of you, devotees, admirers, and well-wishers of Holy Trio, for your wholehearted participation, support, and attention. Thanks to all of you for making this event special and successful. Enjoy the celebrations. Thank you so much.
Now we conclude the function. राष्ट्रगान के लिए सभी से अनुरोध है, आप खड़े हो जाइए।
जन मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता, पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल गंगा, विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उत्कल जलधि तरंगा, तब शुभ नामे जागे, तब शुभ आशिष मांगे, गावे तब जय गाथा, जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता, जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
Our next program will be presentation of a flute recital by the renowned flutist Pandit Ronu Majumdar. It will take another few minutes to set up the stage. Please wait. So we begin this evening's program, this flute recital by the renowned flute master, Sri R. Pandit Ronu Majumdar ji. A brief introduction and welcome by Sri Suresh Kilpadi ji.
Om Jananim Saradam Devim Ramakrishnam Jagadgurum Padapadme Tayoshritva Pranamami Muhur Muhur. Namaskar. Continuing with the musical program of the day, we now present Pandit Ronu Majumdar's Bansuri recital. Pandit Ronu Majumdar. The ace flutist needs no introduction to music lovers in India or, in fact, anywhere in the world. He and the Bansuri are literally synonymous, and he is one of the most respected names in Indian flute playing of our era. He has invented a unique style of rag rendering which has elements of all three angs, the Dhrupad ang, the Gayaki ang, and the Layakari ang. Panditji is a force to reckon with in the realm of Indian classical music and began playing the flute under his father, Dr. Bhanu Majumdar. Later, he got training under Pandit Lakshman Prasad Jaipurwale, and finally, the revered flautist and musicologist Pandit Vijay Raghav Rao and his Dada Guru, Bharat Ratna Pandit Ravi Shankar ji. Among the awards he has received, I'll just name some of them. Sangeet Natak Academy Award 2014, All India Radio Award 1981, National Kumar Gandha Award 2006, and several more. Accompanying him on the tabla is Pandit Ajit Pathak ji, disciple of the legendary Padma Vibhushan Pandit Kishan Maharaj ji. Accompanying on the flute is Kalpesh ji. Please give him a big hand. And on the tanpura is Sri Jayan Naidu ji. Before I leave, ask the Secretary Maharaj to present them with floral tributes, I would just like to share some personal information. Panditji's guru's guru, that is Vijay Raghav Rao ji's guru, Pandit Ravi Shankar, and his guru is Baba Alauddin Khan Sahab. Now, Baba Alauddin Khan Sahab and Swami Vivekananda were Guru Bhais. So he is part of the Ramakrishna Mission family. In fact, Swamiji and Baba Alauddin Khan Sahab both learned music under the legendary Habu Dutt, who was Swamiji's elder brother. And they also learned music from Beni Gupta, who was known as Beni Ustad in those days, and Ahmad Khan. All this is recorded in history. So the Mayhar Gharana has got very close links with the Ramakrishna Mission. So with these few words, I request Secretary Maharaj to felicitate the musicians of the day. Pandit Ronu Majumdar. On tabla, Shri Ajit Pathak ji. On the flute, Shri Kalpesh ji. and on the Tanpura, Sri Jayan Naidu ji. Thank you, Swamiji. I now leave the stage to Pandit Ronu Muzumdar ji.
Namaskar. First of all, we offer our sincere pranam to Swamiji. I personally feel very fortunate to get the Guru Diksha from Ramakrishna Mission, from Gaonananda Maharaj in Khar Ashram, and played in Belur Math and in Gol Park many times on 12th January, that is Swamiji's birth day, according to the English calendar. So my whole family is associated with mission. Mission gives us the way of life, meaning of life, purpose of life, and many things more. Even when I go to perform in Kolkata, Doverland Music Conference and other, still I tell Swamiji that I want to stay in Gol Park to get the atmosphere. Mission. Because there is something which is a healing power that we get. Even when Swamiji does the gardening himself. Can you imagine? So, we have unique thing in Indian classical Shastriya Sangeet, and that is time conception behind the formation of the raga. That is one thing which you don't find in any music. Every music is good. And Swamiji himself played Pakhavaj, Vivekananda Maharaj. But the time conception and the sum conception is these two things are sum, khali. This is unique. And tihai. These are three things unique in Indian music, which you will experience. Everyone is musically inclined here. I know this. So I'll start with the late afternoon raga, which is also known as Sondha, early Sondha raga, which is Rag Bhimpalasi. Because still the Marwa time has not come. So we'll go in Bhimpalasi, which is the time. So sit back, relax, and meditate with the Sangat of Swamiji sitting here. Our pranam once again. Please bless us so that we can create the right atmosphere of the raga. এবার একটা now Rupak Tal, bandish of my Guruji actually, of 2 Avartan. It's very special and it just depicts the rag right away. पसली दा मगर जरे नी सा मा. It's a beautiful bandish. Then पारंपरिक बंदिश I will play. गुरु के चरण धर सुमिरन कर ले दिन रात उनके गुण गा ले. That's a पारंपरिक, but that will come in तीन तान. इनका ताली थोड़ा जोर से दे दीजिए, बड़ा अच्छा उठान बजाए हैं, सच कह रहा हूँ। ये ट्रेडिशनल उठान, इसको बोलते हैं उठान माने उठना, ये ट्रेडिशनल है। खंड जाति का मजा देखिए। That was Tishra Jati. From Khanda I went to Tishra. Let's Ajit Bhai play something in the Tishra Jati. beautiful composition coming from many years, Sadarang Adarang's period.
सब है अपने मतलब की विपत काल में सतगुरु साय गुरु के कृपा बिन सुख न समझ ले गुरु के चरण धर गम बनि जनि द मगर जनि स गुरु के चरण धर। गुरु की महिमा है, देखिए गुरु पार लगाए नैया तो जीवन सुधर जाए। तरह की ताने सुनेंगे, थोड़ा शार्पनेस काट दीजिए. साउंड इज जस्ट ब्यूटिफुल एंड ही इज नोन फॉर दैट. स्वामी जी कृपा. Within 5 minutes he balanced everything. This is Swamiji's Kripa. The 17 mathematics is so interesting in 16-beat cycle. I will try again, but I don't know whether it comes because it was naturally that I played. I'll try to repeat it. It's so passionate. एक 19 का सुनो. अजित पाठक. नादिन दिन्ना का मजा देखिए, प्योर नादिन दिन्ना मैंने डिमांड किया है। Can I please just 4 minutes more? Just give Jayant Naidu ji a big hand, please. His Tanpura is very special, blessed by Swamiji himself. And, it's Frankly speaking, truly speaking, it's nowadays it's very difficult to get the original tanpura. We all use this electronic, but thank you so much, Jayant Bhai. He's so devoted, anybody needs, he doesn't ask for money or anything. Just goes with his tanpura, does his seva. So this is real Guru Puja. This is Guru Prasad. This is Guru Prasad. Thank you. I have asked for 4 or 5 minutes more, though I know the time constraint is very, very important, but I just want to play one Ram Bhajan, because Ram Krishna, Je Chilo Ram, Sei Chilo Krishna, Bole Gache Ram Krishna. So, so Ram and Krishna separate. Swamiji said this. So we are all blessed to take Diksha, Guru Prasad, Guru Diksha, and that's why we are here. I want to thank one person who has taken my date much in advance before going to America, Pandit Nayan Ghosh. And Nayanda is like my elder brother. Please give a big hand. He's in America with his son Ishan at present. And he said, Ronu, you have to do your seva on 21st April. Don't take any concert, whether it's $1 million or anything. This is your date for Guru Puja. Thank you, Nayanda, for bringing me here. So I want to just sing and play a very famous bhajan for especially Gurudev, Swamiji, and Ramakrishna. That is Payo Ji Maine Ram Ratan Dhan Payo. That is never going to, it's so much dhan, wealth, that nobody can take from you. So I want to play and sing this. आप संभाल लेंगे, मुझे मालूम है। मैंने बोल दिया, वापस रिवर्स डाल दिया। Thank you. It's a wonderful mic. Little bit of March Khamaj. Can we all sing, please? पायो जी मैंने राम रतन धन पायो, पायो जी मैंने राम रतन धन पायो, पायो जी मैंने जन्म जन्म की पूंजी पाई, जन्म जन्म की पूंजी पाई, जग में सभी को आयो, पायो जी मैंने राम रतन धन पायो, पायो जी मैंने राम रतन धन पायो। खर्चा करने से भी नहीं होगा। खर्चा न कूटे चोर न लूटे, खर्चा न कूटे चोर न लूटे, अरे दिन दिन बढ़त सवायो पायो जी मैंने, दिन दिन बढ़त सवायो पायो जी मैंने, राम रतन धन पायो पायो जी मैंने, राम रतन धन पायो। सत की नाव केवटिया सतगुरु, सत की नाव सतगुरु, नाव केवटिया सतगुरु, भवसागर कर आयो पायो जी मैंने, राम रतन धन पायो 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 पायो जी। देखिए मीरा जी क्या कह रही है। मीरा के प्रभु गिरधर नागर, मीरा के प्रभु गिरधर नागर, हरख हरख जस गायो पायो जी मैंने, राम रतन धन पायो 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 पायो जी मैंने। सिंगल
थैंक यू पंडित जी, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद पंडित जी। It was truly mesmerizing. By the grace of Thakur, he concluded his program, ironically, by singing Rama Ratana Dhanapayo on an instrument which is always connected to Sri Krishna and in a place which is full of Ram Krishna Dev. So it was a great combination of Ram and Krishna, because Thakur himself has said, he who was Ram and he who was Krishna is indeed Ramakrishna. So it was very befitting that Panditji played, and he also sang, even though it's a very high pitch. He plays on, it's E. E is very, very high.
Very high.
Extremely high. So, but in spite of that, he managed to sing and play. Thank you very much, Panditji. Thank you for a wonderful evening. Thank you, Ajit Pathak ji on tabla, Sri Kalpesh ji on bansuri accompaniment, and Sri Jayan Naidu ji on tanpura. Thank you so much. A small reminder for tomorrow. Tomorrow the program starts at the Ramakrishna Mutt and Ramakrishna Mission Khar. It starts at 6 a.m. in the morning with a procession to Lakshmi Narayan Temple, Santa Cruz. At 6:30 there's an offering at the Lakshmi Narayan Temple. 7 o'clock we return back to the Ramakrishna Mutt, followed by breakfast. At 7:30 there's a special puja in the main temple, which is followed by Havan at 10. Thereafter, the usual bhajans by monks, and at 12 noon there will be Arati. So, on behalf of the Ramakrishna Mission and the monks of the order of the Khar Mutt, I humbly request all of you to please gather tomorrow at the Ramakrishna Mutt Khar. Day after tomorrow, that is on Sunday the 23rd, we meet here again at 8 in the morning. That is on Sunday 23rd. We meet here at Rang Sharda at 8 in the morning. Tomorrow the program is in the Ramakrishna Mutt, Ramakrishna Mission, 12th Road Khar. Thank you so much. We shall end by Jai Ghosh of the Holy Trinity. Jai Shri Guru Maharaj Ji Ki Jai. Jai Mahamai Ki Jai. Jai Swami Ji Maharaj Ki Ji Jai. Jai Shri Durga Mai Ki Jai.